see that Lycan charging at you as the disruptor, you are going to be using the glimpse. There's no second way about it. And the Lycan creeps actually can overpower the disruptor as well as that lion without the Lycan actually having to go on those two heroes himself. The Helm of the Overlord just provides so many buffs that the disruptor and lion are going to struggle in this game. YG though, they will look at the fact that Verosia's heroes are incredibly squishy, apart from that lion Lycan of course, and they will pick themselves up a Swen. And this is a dangerous Swen game because one static storm that lands on that storm spirit, there is no surviving inside of that pit. You simply, if you get locked down, then the God Strength just does too much damage, and Verosia is in a bit of trouble. They do come out with the Skywrath Mage, and I'm not too sure about this. Now, sure, Skywrath Mage is what perhaps is one of the most tempo picks available. As far as the supports go, you have the opportunity to just do so much magical damage in the early game that you can overwhelm the other side before they're able to get their items up. We will have to keep a close eye on the Skywrath Mage to see where he goes for those rotations and how much he's able to get done, because if he can't get the kills in early on for the Storm Spirit, I have a feeling that YG will be able to turn things around. You have KSH on that Swen, and KSH is one of those stable carries that seems to consistently find the farm, and is one of those carries that loves to play active towards the early phases of the game. You'll see him in the team fights. He doesn't go for AFK farm. A pathway or a strategy that a lot of carry players seem to go for, but not KSH. He will come into the fight if he sees a good opportunity. Yangon Galacticos though, they ban out the Medusa, and it is going to be their mid pick. It is going to be a Beastmaster that comes out from them, and a Beastmaster against a Storm Spirit, this is a tricky lane for the Storm. Sure, you have the Remnants to counter out the Boars, but one simple rotation, and you're dead. It's a 3-second stun coming in from the Beastmaster, and it's more than 3 seconds of disable coming in from that Lion at the back of that Impale, plus the Hex, and suddenly, you're now locked down for about 6 seconds. Verosia though, they will pick a carry of their own. It is going to be the Gyrocopter. And taking a look at both of these lineups, I do think that YG have the stronger lineup, simply because they have the more frontline available. So many disables, so many answers to the Storm Spirit, and not to mention a disable that goes through BKB. Right, they can take CJ down in that mid game. Of course, Verosia, if they're able to maintain their distance, provide a bit of a buffer for CJ to dish out those hits, then perhaps the Gyrocopter can carry the game for Verosia, but it's a hard one, right? The Gyrocopter absolutely needs to find his farm, needs to be online, and in a situation where the map is going to be closing in on you, you will need a Daedalus if you're confined to your high ground. Maybe even the Satanic is a must-have in this game, right? Just to be able to lifesteal against KSH when he comes out with those hits. And even then, it may not be enough. You're playing into a Disruptor as well as a Lion. I mean, just the finger of that, it does seem like Yangon Galacticos, despite of being faced up against a Skywrath Mage, YG have the ability to build up enough tempo to actually keep Verosia at bay. The only thing that Yangon Galacticos will have to be concerned about is that incoming push from Vomi, right? Against the Lycan, your towers are going to be under threat, and you don't actually have that good of a wave clear. Swen will be able to hold some of those towers simply because he has that high armor against the Helm of the Overlord creep, and you also have that Great Cleave coming in to clear out the creep waves. But that's pretty much it. Sure, you have the Spear, sure, you have the Wild Axes and the Impale, but ideally, all of YG will mostly be busy trying to create space for the Swen through pickoffs, through kills, rather than through defending towers against creep waves, because who really wants to be doing that? The ideal is being able to get kills across the board. Let's see though if they will be able to do that, As game number 1 between Yango Galacticos and Verosia is now on our screens. We will have a bit of a pause before we come out for that first game. And I haven't had my tea, guys, but that's completely okay. I'll have some tea pretty soon. Once we have, a pause between, not a pause, but like maybe a break between series, I can quickly grab myself some tea. I have the tea bags ready right beside me. Juju will reconnect. I wonder if he went out, if he disconnected to apply a bit of bad juju on the other side for the game. It's certainly a possibility. Young PH with the Cinderin voice line. And for those of you who were watching TI, I mean, what a heartbreaking grand finals, right? So close for that crowning. I mean, and I don't know if you guys know, it was Ame's third time in a TI grand final. It was his third time playing against a Magnus, and it was the third best of 5s that he was in. But just unable to close the game out. Certainly, I feel like the reason I bring it up is because I feel like a lot of the hopes or there were a lot of expectations, a lot of dreams being built up by Extreme Gaming, because also they had Xnova, right? They had one of our own Southeast Asian Malaysians playing, and Southeast Asia has some of the most passionate fans out there, right? We saw the crowd. We saw the cheers. We saw just how loud they became. And trust me, if you take a look, if you watch ESL Bangkok, for example, that happened last year, you will find an extremely energetic crowd ready to cheer the teams on. And unfortunately, Xnova and the rest of his team did not win, but there's always next year. There is always an entire season to look forward to. Perhaps we'll even have some of these tier 2 to tier 3 teams being able to compete in some of those tier 1 tournaments. It wouldn't be surprising. I mean, you take a look at Team Nemesis, who went from forming just under a year ago, not having played any of the majors overall. Sure, you had 2 players that have been to TI, but 3 of them, it was their first time. And for 2 of their 5 players, they actually never played in a single major either, right? But still, they found themselves on the road to the international at the back of a magical close qualifier run. And that certainly is possible for any of these teams. I mean, throughout the past months, we've been seeing Yangon Galacticos level up. They are the Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 2 champions. And I would like to point out, guys, that I know that, it is a tier 3 scene, but there has been a team that has competed in Lunar Snake Trophy and then competed in the international. I am talking about Team Zero. They made it, and where did they find the practice? Where did they find the competitive experience? It was at Lunar Snake Trophy. So I'm looking forward to the next season. I'm looking forward to what Southeast Asia can do. And some of the roster shuffles that should be happening, right? We don't exactly know what the lineups are going to be. I do think that Yango Galacticos will be sticking together as these 5. They've been playing together for so long with each other, and they should be just now the objective should be just to improve. But now that the game has started, we will have to take a look at these 2 sides. As KSH on that Swen, Lunar on that Disruptor versus Vomi and that Skywrath Mage. This is the lane in which the Disruptor is going to struggle, because not only are you faced up against the Wolves, you will also have DB with that concussive shot. And he will actually throw out that Blood Grenade. Does he want to be going in? The Wolves are giving him a lot of vision. Are these Wolves actually going to clear Lun's life out? One of the Wolves will be cleared out by those towers, but no, they're still alive. They will be brought back in, but DB will have another concussive shot at the ready. He can go for a backstab right now if he wants to, and I think he's going to be looking for that opening. Unfortunately, doesn't exactly have great follow-up because he does have a Lycan. Another concussive shot thrown out. Lone on the back foot. This is an awkward lane for a disruptor. He just simply can't do much. Every time he reveals his position, he is going to end up eating that concussive shot, because you take a look at how much mana DB has brought into this lane. It is a clarity, it is a mango. He has the mantles of intelligence, and I think his only objective is to make sure that he can keep the disruptor at bay, and he can keep Womi to continue to farm. I don't think KSH will be able to find himself any kills unless the disruptor regenerates up and then they go for it. And even then, they have a slow on the other side, the concussive shot. But sure, you may have the glimpse. So, Young PH, this is the Beastmaster at work. The Hawk, the Boars, Pota has the remnants, but it's so much investment to be able to clear the remnants out, right? Or rather, clear the boars out. You're gonna have to use multiple remnants to be able to take down the boars, and then while you're trying to do so, you're going to be taking in the hits from the boars. You're going to be taking in the wild access as well as the Beastmaster hits. So Pota has found himself in a very difficult position. He will teleport back to the fountain and will walk himself into the lane using that Smoke of Deceit, but this is going to be a very heavily YG favored lane, at least on that mid side. Young PH just able to push away at that beast, at that storm spirit. And then that also means, because the storm went to the fountain, Young PH is going to be ahead in terms of CS. A full entire creep wave of an advantage coming out for him, and he has been able to double stack these creeps simply because Pota had to TP out. Let's see how many of these creeps that Pota will be able to find. Does have the remnant, so can potentially last it pretty well against the, underneath that of Young PH, using the glyph to make sure Pota can't find most of these creeps, but he'll find the banner creep. That is good for now. Does miss out on one creep, but it does seem like it's going to be 15 lost hits for Pota at the end of that creep wave, and the creep wave isn't exactly going to push at Pota anyway. Yangon Galacticos, Zoran on that Mars, and you also have a Lion versus a Gyrocopter and the Batrider, who are, speaking of the Gyrocopter and Lion, or rather the Batrider and the Lion, it's a bit of a skirmish on that mid lane. It is that 4-minute water rune mark they wanted to secure for that Storm Spirit, so I think this is a win for YG, even though Skill Lay is going to end up getting pushed out. As long as you can keep the Storm from not being able to replenish his mana, replenish his HP, you also shut down his ability to farm. Because remember, the static remnant is what the storm is going to be relying on. So you take away the water rune, you take away a lot of those static remnants. Around 3 to 4 uses of the static remnants. That's around 3 to 4 potential creeps that Pota could have easily secured. He will make his way to the neutral camp. So far, this is a first. Yangon Galacticos not really chasing for first blood on any of these lanes. Neither have Veroja. This is a pretty calm lane. But it is a lane in which Zorhan is going to eat a lot of flack from that Gyro, who is doing pretty well for now. I mean, the lost hits are pretty much even, all even out. So Zorhan needs to be careful. Will find himself with the escape underneath his starboard. Very difficult to go in on. Meanwhile, towards that top side, it's actually DB. This time around, the backside for DB is not going to be working out. He is going to give away first blood, and KSH will grab that one happily, as Skill Lay found the perfect teleport towards that top side to support his disruptor, and YG, they have found themselves with that big win, and have found themselves a good early game start to that Swen, who didn't exactly need it, but I think he's going to be more than happy with that. I mean, about 361 gold going his way, and you also have a lot of experience. Meanwhile, 6-minute power rune is coming about. Young PH wanted to take the rune for himself, but it will be on that bot side. So Storm has... Oh no, Pota doesn't have his level 6, so Young PH, he's going to activate that roar, and Pota, because he doesn't have that ball lightning, that's going to be an easy setup. Skill Day trying to come in for that Impale, unable to find it. Veroja fight back. And Yangon Galacticos, the Beastmaster, did not think that the Lion would not have been able to get off that Impale. Otherwise, they don't dive that tier 1. And this is a great set of kills being found by Veroja, keeping their Storm Spirit alive. He's now hit his level 6. Those initiations are going to be so much harder. And not to mention, this Pota will be safe At least until he hits that level 7 mark, because the Roar is now offline for a full minute. And it now Zoran, who, if you take a look at the net worth for this game, the Gyrocopter is the big winner, despite of KSH coming out with that first blood. The Swen... Needs to be a bit careful on that Swen. And KSH, nice map recognition. I think the comms from YG are on point. They saw the fact that CJ was not present towards that bot side, and immediately the KSH fell back. The only problem is it's that one worrisome condition that I was talking about. It's that push that is now going to come in. Womi has the dominated creep, he has the Hellbear Smasher, and this tower is going to fall 8 minutes in very early on, and there's simply no way to actually fight back against this push. Not right now, unless you bring in a lot of resources from YG. So whether they will let go of one tower, the Gyrocopter CJ will just throw out his call down to clear out these creeps, but it's actually towards that mid lane where they found themselves that Batrider is going to be easy pickings for on that position. 5, it's not the worst thing in the world for Veroja. It's just a position, just a hard support, but will mean that Young PH is able to accelerate his net worth or accelerate his farm. Mars. Now with the phase boots at the ready. Surprising, he hasn't actually gone for that soul ring. And may even actually skip the soul ring, or he's going to go and craft that one for himself. But I do think this is a good Blink Dagger game. It's that instant initiation coming in. You have multiple sources of initiation, but it's towards that mid lane. Lunar's dead. Look at these creeps. They're just outrunning, or rather overpowering Lun, and now it's a push towards that mid lane. YG's towers are going to be in trouble. I mean, how do you defend this position? If you truly want to defend, you need to bring in heroes. You need to bring in perhaps even KSH. And we'll see Zoran teleport. Womi's shapeshift has ran out. And there's a rotation coming about inside of the arena, stuck. And as KSH comes in with that God Strength, it's going to be the Wild Axis flying in from Young PH to clean up the kill. But YG, they brought in the numbers, and Pota decided to exit that position on that storm. He did not want anything to do with that push, as it turns out. He wants to actually take a kill on that Beastmaster. Young PH was able to get off his roar, and Pota doesn't have enough mana, does have 6 wand charges. That means Zoran is going to come in from that backline, and it's the backstab being found on towards Pota, who does go in for the zap. Unfortunately, YG are still being pushed back. The flak cannon's doing so much work will mean that at the end of that disruptor, and YG unable to bring in the numbers to close out on these kills that team should have gotten. They found the opening on Pota, and the Storm had no more mana. Also finds himself with a very lucky regeneration rune, so his mana will be back up to full HP. He can essentially just go farm this entire jungle up if he wants to within that regeneration duration. And it does seem like Pota is off to a great start on the Storm. It was shaky at the beginning because I thought he may have ended up going down, but able to turn it around. He can be the playmaker right now. Veroja are looking very strong. If they can continue the momentum with their push at the back of Womi, who will have the Helm of the Overlord, and there's simply no stopping that creep once it comes out, that ancient creep. I will worry for YG. At the same time, it depends on how quickly you are able to push against KSH, right? If you are able to take all outer tier 2 towers down by that 20 to 25 minute mark, you're going to obviously be in a great position to take that high ground. But if somehow KSH gets to that Daedalus, or maybe even gets to that Chrysalis, it's going to be super difficult. So, Veroja are treading a fine line right now. Able to do so. I wonder if they'll be able to continue the momentum. As CJ, he also does have a lot of farm. Continuously, he's at the top of that net worth. And that's a difficult feat, mind you, because you have that natural cleave coming in from that Swen on YG. But despite of his natural ability to farm up really fast, he is struggling to find that farm simply because of how his lane went and how early his tower fell. He has had to go in the jungle. Hmm. 5-3 right now. YG have done a great job at stemming the bleed for now, but it's actually simply because Veroja are not going for any kind of moves on their heroes. It's going to be YG who makes a move themselves, and it's going to be Vomi, the one in danger. He does have the shapeshift ready, but how quickly can he get it off? Young PH doesn't have a blink dagger. None of these heroes do. And the Lycan is going to be able to teleport away. YG, this smoke of deceit play really did not end up working out for them. And they won't even be able to transition this into a tier 1 tower. Sure, they can go in for the push, but it's going to be a tough one. And yeah, sure enough, they aren't even going to try for it. They are just going to go back to farm and maybe go and try for a smoke play after a while. Oh, Lun has the glimpse at the ready. And Pota, he will have a Witchblade up soon. So it's not a situation where Veroja will not have a good team fight. They have an excellent team fight. Magical damage coming in at the back of that Storm, who can solo kill that Disruptor if the Static Storm does not come out. He can even solo kill the Lion if the Lion is not careful. And you have DB, who has that Mystic Flare now online. He's actually level 8 on this Skywrath Mage. This is very impressive. At the same time, YG haven't really used their Finger of Death.
Radiant are scanning.
Storm Spirit goes for the zap in onto Birds of Mars, and there's the Mystic Flare comes about. A very easy and clean kill being found by Veroja. However, it's that Lycan in danger, but he's so tanky towards that top side. KSH unable to actually run through the Lycan. And now, the Lycan may actually turn around on towards
just
KSH.
sniper. Like, he saves somebody and he
comes out
can
from
keep
that
the
Satyr,
Oracle in the back line. He can just change targets to somebody else. Oracle's not really going to jump you. There's no real jump heroes on P-Vision.
I mean, they need like a pop, I think, right now. And the fact that there's an Oracle in the game as well. I think Oracle is really good against the step. To block out some of the magic damage. But the other thing that's really good about having Oracle is the rune control. You get to see the runes, you get to know where the rune is.
Without that, they wouldn't have been able to find a kill, but through that, they'll be able to find multiple. DB, the one in danger too. The Finger of Death goes out as this Skywrath Mage is gone. 2 quick kills being found by YG as they manage to fight back against that shapeshift that was punishing them so much until this point. DJ. now has the Aghanim Scepter, and this Gyrocopter is becoming huge. I don't think it's going to be a free game for either side. I think we are going to have two late game Garys going at it against each other.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
As the bot side tower falls, 6 and 5 on that scoreline, but it's a 4,000 net worth advantage coming in for Verosia. They have a lot of map control as well because they have taken all 3 outer tier 1 towers, so they have access to that Dire jungle, also have access to that Dire triangle. It's Vomi that's constantly being prodded. KSH goes in with the newly minted Blink Dagger, but Vomi was able to get his shapeshift off. Unfortunately, Lun found the glimpse play and the roar comes out. They will be able to find a quick and easy kill on their offlaner. However, their own offlaner, the Mars, does end up going down. So it is going to be a 1-for-1. But this is worth it for YG. And the reason is that you're able to disable the push, right? Just constantly make sure that that push is going to be delayed so that you're able to find the farm across the map. Because that's what you need to do right now. You don't have the map control in your favor. So the very next best thing, if you aren't able to stack up against some of these towers, is to stop the push.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Oh
attack.
man, you have an entire Rod of Atos built up on that Skywrath Mage. So Arm Spirit Pota wants to be going for a zap. It's slightly going to be messed up a bit, as he had to go in for the double zap, and that's really not ideal. That's going to give the opening for YG to find the return on DB, as KSH, what did I tell you, loves to play early game on that carry. Not a whole lot of carries that are so comfortable doing this, but YG, because they have been playing together for some time now, KSH knows how to play with his team early on. This is a team built up by fast initiations, playmaking, and just synergizing very well together. That is YG in a nutshell. Meanwhile, KSH bot lane is is going to go for a BKB. I think he has it. Yeah, he disassembled the Echo Saber in order to go for the BKB, and now we'll be remaking that Echo Saber once he has about 700 more gold or 750 more gold. That's going to be fine for him. I mean, you have slowed down the pace of Verosia pushing out some of your towers, right? And YG, they can contest against this Helm of the Overlord creep quite easily. But right now, it's Smoke of Deceit play. They won't actually catch anyone out, but at the back of this, they may be able to take out the Tormentor. Very aware of the timing, and it's Verosia who are a bit unaware of the timing. Perhaps they were, but maybe they didn't want to fight. Maybe they want to go for a trade. A Tormentor for a tier 2, that is quite worth it if you're Verosia. You open up even more of the map, and you will be able to take control. Even if YG come out with the Tormentor, it did go the way of the Disruptor, so it is a nice power spike being found by him. Oh wow, Verosia, they want to play for the objectives. They will head inside of that Roshan pit, and YG, the big question is, do they know this is happening? Zoran has to contend with the creep wave on that mid lane first before they go for a Smoke of Deceit, but there isn't even a smoke available. It is coming in for Lun on that courier, but Roshan is gonna fall before YG are even able to make a move. Gyrocopter with the Aegis now. It is a very hard kill to find. However, he is at about half of his HP right now, so you can potentially go for a very quick kill on that Gyro. Pota also needs to be careful on that Storm. He will fall back into that triangle.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So the Swen is doing fine for himself. Womi, meanwhile, have one more item to have his assault quarters up, and he has access to that tier 3 towards that bot side. So every time that YG try to push on out, Womi will be able to find these kills. But right now it's Carstensz who was hunting. You saw Womi for a second, and that is enough information to go in on him. Zoran comes in with the arena, the finger of death, everything being thrown out to just take out Womi, as he will not be allowed to farm so close to YG territory. He will end up paying for that greed. DB now on the mid lane is just waiting on that Skywrath. You have multiple Blink Daggers up and online for YG now. This is the time where they can look towards pushing out some of these objectives themselves, particularly as they have been able to push out the bot lane. However, the creeps are being cut out by Womi, so there's not going to be that successful push on that tier 2. As soon as Veroja use the glyph does come out. There is no glyph available for the Dire side, as CJ could look towards taking out this tier 2 towards the top side. Again, opening up the map for Veroja on all frontiers. This is...
Dire's top tower has fallen.
interesting. And now they go for a smoke. They found the Beast Monster, Young PH. He's gonna go down in an awkward position. And now Pota wants to go for the zap forward. Will see Carstensz who teleports out. But that's going to be all he sees, as YG have already disengaged from this position. And it is the Veroja who are very much in control of this game. They only have to contest with one tier 2. CJ has an Aegis, and that means that YG will not be able to defend this tier 2 tower. They don't have their Beast Monster. They don't have the Finger of Death. It is on cooldown for about the same duration as the Beast Monster's respawn. But YG, they want to exit their base. I wonder if this is the correct position. Carstensz, he sees the gyrocopter. So you went for the smoker to see it play. And YG, you need to back this up with some heavy initiation. But it's towards that back line. Carstensz spotted at that Skywrath. 2 hits. He's out. And CJ is going to be glimpsed back. But how did it take him down is the big question. Carstensz looking for the entry. Static field is going to come out, but so does Womi's shapeshift. Gyrocopter speared to the tree for now. Carstensz, now he blinks in on that gyro. The BKB won't be available as Skillay found the impale. Unfortunately, Skillay will end up giving up his life for this, and the Storm Spirit now goes in. The Roar gets activated, but against CJ's call down, YG can't do anything. Young PH is going to be that third casualty, as he is going to end up getting run down underneath his throne. Lun to fall. YG are going to collapse on their high ground. They will go for the buybacks to try and punish Veroja, but they better get some kills, because otherwise this is not going to be worth it at all. Womi still alive, will eat that finger and will die, but it's going to be that dieback for that disruptor, and that's going to be an easy entry into that tier 3 potentially, as Zoran doesn't have an arena. There is no Finger of Death, and there's the Skywrath coming back in. Mystic Flare not really being used, not really being even needed, as CJ will grab himself that kill, and it should be perhaps... It's not... I don't think it's going to be a full lane of barracks. I think with Carstensz respawning, it's going to be very difficult to actually get this down, and Veroja will back away, but not before they were able to find a huge prize for themselves. 10,000 of a net worth advantage being built up. They found 10,000 experience overall at the back of that team fight, as DB, despite of going down, he was able to do well. Pota, BKB at the ready for that storm. We saw it in that last team fight, and he now has an amplified damage. This is Veroja's game to take. You have a Lycan who has managed to push out all of these towers. You have a Gyrocopter who is super ahead of that Swen, has a Daedalus of his own, and you have all the map control in the world you could ask for. You can farm anywhere, you can push objectives anywhere. You can take Aegis, the Aegis, next Aegis very easily too. Oh, young PH. He found that Skyrat. DB is, he has been caught out quite a few times, but I suppose it's okay. You're playing a Skyrath. Going to be looking for some openings, any openings you can, because you do have that Rod of Pathos coming about. Oh, young PH. Pota saw him for a second. Young PH forced to activate that PKB, but the lasso goes through it. And young PH in the one in danger. CJ to come in with a critical on that flak, and will be able to take the Beast Monster down. And YG don't have a buyback on that Beast Monster. So CJ will be potentially able to run towards that tier 3, maybe even able to take it down. But the rotation is coming in. You have that Finger of Death. You have Lunar as well, who has that Static Storm. So if they're able to chain lock that Gyrocopter, disable him from using that BKB, they can find the kill. There is no Satanic. There is no massive amount of life steal coming about from CJ quite just yet. But it will be the next one on the menu. So YG, whatever they're planning, they need to execute on it. And they don't have a huge window for that. Just only a couple of minutes until you have that Satanic up and ready for CJ. So the time to go is now. But KSH, he does have that damage as well, right? So, man, being pushed into your high ground is not the way that you want to go out if you're Young Galacticos, because all it really takes is one good team fight for YG to come back into this one. Unfortunately, though, KSH, he is being eyed upon, but he will find, again, great map awareness coming about from the Swen. A 5-man smoke that comes out from YG. As they will make a play inside of that triangle, but it's not really inside of that triangle, it's parallel to that triangle. They want to contest Roshan. The idea is simple. There's simply no way you'll win on that your high ground against Roshan. But young PH, he saw the biggest target of them all. He saw CJ, who is in trouble. The Static Storm comes out, and KSH found the kill. They will be able to take the Gyrocopter down and make quick work of Veroja. However, CJ is gonna end up falling. Yeah, YG, they found the perfect opening, but they're unable to close this team fight out. Womi is just too big on that wolf. He will be able to find himself with a triple kill, and Zoran in this awkward position will not be allowed to escape as Boda has him in the vortex, and Womi will go in for an ultra. At the back of all of this, YG will lose out 4 of their heroes despite of the perfect initiation. As Veroja, they are looking formidable. I think definitely did a lot of research, did a lot of planning, considering how their last game went. It was slightly shaky against Carstensz. They did manage to win, though. You know, that's what really counts. And if you manage to take out YG, who are arguably the strongest in this tournament, or second strongest, depending on how you look at it, right? You have the Mongols also competing. We will see them in that game number 3, but in that series number 3, rather. But Veroja, if you defeat YG right now, you're going to be having 2 wins in the group stage. You're going to be in a great position to be making it into the playoffs, and you're also, you know, it's a bit of a statement, because YG are the Series 2 champions, the Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 2 champions. They've defeated Protocol 20 in a best of 5, 3-1, and have a lot to prove. This will be their second loss if they lose out this series. Of course, it is just the first game between both of these two sides. Even if YG lose, they still have a game 2 to play. Towards that mid lane. CJ on that gyrocopter. 25. Just on that horizon.
Barracks are under attack.
And let's see which one he goes for. Ideally, you go for the flak cannon cooldown reduction, but he may also go for the cooldown reduction just to be able to constantly dish that out in the team fights. May even find himself with the opportunity to use it within a simple single team fight, right? 30 seconds of cooldown, but also 16 seconds on that flak cannon isn't all that bad either. Game slightly having slowed down, but make no mistake about it, Viroja are ahead. And with an Aegis on that gyro, a banner available, there will be a push incoming on YG's high ground. And we will see perhaps one lost defense coming about. Or we may see quite a few offensives if YG are able to defend on that high ground. It is hard. Carstensz very far away from his Satanic. Meanwhile, the gyrocopter has it. It is coming about, and Skill Lay is going to end up giving up his life on that triangle, trying to find the D wards. And you can't really blame him for trying to do so, right? Trying to set up a good team fight for his team. Unfortunately, the map is, or rather has been, in possession of Viroja for quite some time now, and things are unlikely to change.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
CJ now on that high ground. As Zoran, he's gonna go in for a simple spear for now. But CJ still able to do strong, but it's Potaho who went in for that zap towards that backline, able to find the way out, but that could have gotten tricky for him. Skill Lay is gonna go in for that buyback.
Structures are fortified.
As a storm is gonna teleport back to the base. So this could potentially be a 4v5 team fight, but YG, their bottom barracks they're falling. They have already gone down as Carstensz, his god strength is wearing off. This is not the play as Skill Lay is going to get caught out on that lion. There's that dieback. And that's going to be the second lane of barracks. And I think that YG, without their god strength available, without their Beastmaster's roar, this is going to be an impossible defense. And CJ realizes this. He wants to dish out damage towards the tier 4s while he can, while he has this Aegis as well as that Satanic, and he is such a difficult target to go on. Zoran constantly trying to create some space for his team, but Pota comes in with a zap. Oh, however, Pota this time around doesn't have a BKB, but was still able to find the first half away. Is unable to find his way outside of that glimpse, but young P8 is going to end up falling. The throne now fully exposed. YG has 3 heroes alive, but the Mars Zoran is going to go down. Going to go for a buyback. Yeah, it sets for one loss. Hail Mary defense is not going to be enough as there is a second wolf. Bomi with the BKB. Zoran now activates that arena, but the throne is still taking in damage. That Prowler is cleaning the throne up. And I think that for YG, this is the end. Their throne will potentially end up going down with CJ coming back online and the BKB being activated. It is going to be a Viroja who come out ahead in game number 1. 25 kills and 25,000 of a net worth advantage at the end of it all. about way too far back. I'm talking about in recent times. So I think even in Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 2, we had some of these shenanigans coming about as Verosia look to clean sweep Young Galacticos at the back of what appears to be a bit of cheese added into their draft. At the same time though, YG, they have a great response to not only the Ember Spirit but also the Queen of Pain in the form of the Puck and a Disruptor. Sure, the Queen of Pain does do well against the Puck in the lane, but I think once you have that Dream Coil, you know, in that mid game, the Puck does do a lot better compared to the Queen of Pain. But let's see what both of these heroes will be able to do on the side of Verosia. This is a tricky lineup to make work. But if you're able to do that, I mean, you come out with a strong statement of your own. Verosia go for a Mars as their third pick. And Young Galacticos, let's see what heroes they go for. Verosia can't reveal 3 of their cores going into this. So that means I do expect this Queen of Pain to be a position 4 rather than as a core. The Mars has to be a core, and so does the Ember Spirit, right? Ember support doesn't do anything. Queen of Pain support, still, you have that Sonic Wave to play with. You also have those Shadow Strikes. Maybe craft yourself up a Vessel early on and go for an Aghanim Scepter or an Eul's after that. That multiple ways for a Queen of Pain to play with less resources just at the back of those spells. YG though, let's see if they will go for another support or if it's just going to be a straight up core for them. The Lycan is not going to be available this time around as YG have banned that one out. They don't want anything to do with that as they will go for a Pangolier. So it is going to be an offlane Pango, probably being played by Zoran, one of his more seen heroes. As YG, they will have to go for their 4th pick. Ideally, it should be a support right now. You can save your carry up until that last pick because you have a lot of carries left in the pool. With the Zoo meta comes the offlaners being denied. As Young Galacticos taking their sweet time with this. Still have plenty of reserve time to play with, at least compared to Verosia. YG thinking about this, and they will go for a Bane as their 4th pick. So they want that Fiend's Grip as well as that Disruptor Static Storm and that Puck's Dream Coil. Meanwhile, you have a Pangolier rolling around, pushing and shoving Verosia, and this is a scary lineup to play against. I don't feel too good about this Ember Spirit pick anymore. Verosia though, they will not have the Abaddon as they're the ones who banned it out in the very first ban, and you have also banned at the Silencer, so there's not really a strong cancel against Young Galacticos. They could go for an Earth Shaker, but it would have to be a position 5 Earthshaker, or then you'd have to play this Queen of Pain as a core. Ideally, it's none of these things. It does seem like Verosia are being outdrafted. It does seem like they have created a scenario to be outdrafted. Oh, wow. I hope you guys have a better idea of what's going on. A Meepo that comes out from Verosia. This is the first time that I'm seeing a Southeast Asian, at least my first time seeing a Southeast Asian team come out with the Meepo. I have been casting the Southeast Asian scene for about 6 to 8 months now, and let's see. I mean, this is definitely a statement. It's a very strong one. Verosia looked to beat YG with a Meepo. Perhaps they were inspired by Yuma, you know, Team Heroic, who did go for that Meepo. Yuma played like a beast on that Meepo, but who really knows? At the same time, though, if we talk about what the Meepo offers, a great counter to that Pangolier, just use the constantly throughout the ensnares. A great hero to actually kill the disruptor with, as well as that Bane. At the same time though, there's so much AoE for against this Meepo, right? It's just the fact that the Meepos are going to be caught in that static storm. You have the rolling thunder, you have the dream call, everything to hold the Meepo in. So I wonder what the game plan from Veroja is going to be able to counter this one out. Certainly something that we will have to keep our eye on. Veroja banned out the life stealer, so it is going to be a Meepo on that carry position. Has to be a Meepo on that carry position. Meanwhile, Veroja looking to go for one lost ban. Ideally, maybe ban out the Lina. Just a Lina carry against the Meepo would be pretty strong. At the same time, there's so many heroes that do well against the Meepo, right? I mean, you can go for something like the Morphling as well. Maybe even just go for the Terrorblade. But no, they will ban out the Medusa. Another one of those strong counters to the Meepo. Well, actually, I don't think the Medusa is that strong of a counter to Meepo, but still, it is. Because I say that because Meepo is a natural diffusal blade builder. Will most likely have a diffusal blade anyway, even though he's not faced up against the Medusa. This offers very strong pick-off potential. Veroja will pick up a Dark Willow to top their lineup with, and having seen this before us, is this potentially going to be a position 5 Queen of Pain? No, I think the Willow still goes 5 and a Queen of Pain goes towards that position 4 role.
10 seconds remaining.
Meanwhile, Ember mid, Mars on the offlane. So the lineup does come together. Yango Galacticos though, they will go for their 5th pick. And they have to think about their carry. The Terrorblade is available to Templar Assassin, but YG will pick up the Swen once again on KSH. And of course, that makes sense. You have that great cleave coming in. This time around, there isn't going to be a strong push coming in by Veroja. So it will have to be at the back of this Meepo that Veroja looked to clean out this game. I wonder if Pota will be able, or rather, I wonder if CJ will be able to... I mean, just... it's... you take a look at the lineup against the Meepo, right? It is scary. I would be afraid if I was in the Meepo's position. But let's see. At the end of it all, Meepo is very much a flex pick. Very much a hero that it just depends on what you're able to do around the map. How much space you're able to create. How strong you're able to get. 1-to-1, Meepo does not win against a Swen. Because the Godstrand does too much damage. And when KSH has that Satanic, and he should in this game, then Veroja won't be able to fight. They don't even have that much lockdown. Sure, they have roots available in the form of the Willow as well as that Searing Chain, but the only stun, and the Meepo is in Snare as well, but the only stun they have is Womi's Spear. Meanwhile, you take a look at the other side, and it's a similar story. Sure, you have that Glimpse and that Static Field to hold people in with, and you have that Nightmare, but the only reliable stun is that Swen Stormhammer. The Pangolier can prod and knock people around. A young PH does have a mini stun at the back of that Dream Coil and a strong stun if someone runs out of that Dream Coil, but the reliable one is that Stormhammer. So one stun against one stun, multiple disables against multiple disables, but it is a Meepo against a Swen, and I would not favor the Meepo in that scenario. Veroja's draft just seems too random for me to give them the edge on it. I do think that Yango Galacticos have the upper hand in the terms of the draft. I won't say it's a straight up out draft, but it is a lot stronger than the other side. Right now, Yango Galacticos simply have to play to their hero's strengths in order to be able to take this game. And they will go for a Smoke of Deceit play. Oh, they might actually find themselves clashing against Veroja. As Veroja haven't... Okay. Okay, YG are able to make their way out. Or rather, they haven't actually made their way in. So, there's no making their way out. And they will be spotted by this Observer Ward. So, they for the side of Veroja, they will know exactly where most of YG are. They don't see the puck, but they do see 4 of these heroes. And I think they should just avoid this early clash. I don't think the Veroja fight level 1 without a stun. Young PH trying to spot out the observer ward. There is none. It was planted on his side of the river, or his side of the high ground. The horn has been blown, and that means game number 2 is going to be underway with 2 and 2 bounty runes going towards each side. Skill Lade's observer ward is going to end up being dewarded as he planted it right down underneath Veroja's observer.
Better luck next time.
Bane with the a version of the good luck have fun, right? It's it's the better luck, but he's wishing better luck for the next time. So we will have a Puck versus the Ember Spirit, a bit of a skill-based matchup. We'll see how the Ember does and how the Puck does, but I think that both of these heroes will be doing fine. Of course, one of the things is that even though you have the Illusory Orb coming in from Young PH, the Sleight of Fist is so much more spammable, particularly as it hits that level 3 mark, that Pota will just be able to constantly dish those Sleight of Fists out, and Young PH, if he is unable to secure the water runes, then, or even the power runes, then he is going to be in trouble. He needs to replenish his HP and mana constantly if he wants to hold his own against Pota, who has that natural flame guard, so he'll be able to actually dodge out a lot of those spells, or rather block out a lot of those spells. Towards the top side, it is going to be CJ on the Meepo. It is going to be Juju on the Queen of Pain versus Zoran and a Disruptor. And this is a lane in which I think that Yango Galacticos come out ahead, because you have that Swashbuckle and that Shield Crash. The Disruptor's Glimpse is going to be at the ready. So the Queen of Pain, even if Juju finds the blink away, he can end up getting glimpsed back. So this is a lane in which I expect YG to come out ahead. I don't know if they'll be able to find kills because CJ will probably play more passive. But at the very least, Zoran will have that early Diffusal Blade coming online, or at least a good timed Diffusal Blade coming online. Towards the bot lane, it is going to be a Mars and a Willow against the Bane and KSI. This is a lane that could go either way. Because you have that Nightmare available, it can actually dodge out a lot of those spells, particularly if Lunar's got out in the maze. You can even use the Nightmare to dodge out if you are incredibly quick with it. You can use it to dodge out Vomi's Spear once it comes out. And KSH having so much armor, having so much HP on this Swen, it shouldn't be a situation where he ends up falling. So I think for KSH, he will be able to get his farm up. At the same time, though, Vomi is going to be doing pretty well for himself. I think both of these supports are evenly matched in terms of fighting potential, with DB slightly being a bit ahead, considering he has that Shadow Realm to play with. Vomi holding his spells for now. Hasn't actually dished out a single one of them. But it's towards that mid lane, and Pota still struggling a bit. But in terms of last hits, he is quite ahead. Not in terms of the CS he has, but in terms of the denies he has. 6 denies on this Ember versus the 3 denies, or rather the 0 denies of that Buck. However, towards that top side, you do see CJ struggling in terms of the last hits he's been able to acquire, and you see the Queen of Pain also struggling to actually maintain the lane momentum. And it's an unfortunate camp that spawned. This one does not grant you any lane momentum because these creeps are very weak against the lane creeps. So this lane is again going to get pushed out. CJ now has another Meepo to play with, as he has hit his level 3 mark. So does have that that Divided We Stand ability online. I wonder if he'll send one of his other meeples out, but it's towards that bot side. KSH finds the first blood on towards GB, as the Willow was perhaps just in an awkward position and was not able to contest. In fact, it's Yangon Galacticos who contest very well towards that river as well, as they find themselves with the 2 water runes. As Pota will not have a water rune on that Ember, so he won't actually have much mana to play with. But if he's able to hit his level 6, it doesn't really matter, because he can just go back to the fountain and Remnant back into the lane if he really wants to. I do think this is going to be a bit of a passive laning phase for Veroja. All that really counts is what CJ is able to get done. How much farm he's able to acquire. So far, so good though, with 26 lost hits to his name. But things will change with young PH making the moves, right? Because you take a look at YG, and if you think to yourself, what targets are they going to be looking for? It is going to be that meeple that you want to take down each and every single time. So I do think that young PH will make rotations towards that top lane. Pota in danger, because Skill Lay is here. The Illusory Orb gives the vision to the puck, but the teleports being threatened with. It seems like YG will just walk on back, but Pota is incredibly low over on this mid lane. But it's CJ who comes in. Actually, CJ who poofs out. I thought that it was CJ who was coming on the disruptor. It is just going to be Juju, who plants down an observer ward towards that high ground and will just dish out the Shadow Strike. Needs to be careful though, because there is... Oh, that was unexpected. I got phased out by the fact that this disruptor actually is skilled up more points on his Thunder Strike rather than going for the level 2 in the glimpse. He could have glimpsed one of those heroes out of that position and kept himself safe, but will just end up falling to a rotation coming in from Veroja. Lun does find Juju, who finds a teleport away, but it's an overall 1-for-1. It is a bit of posturing by both teams over on this mid lane, but it is going to be young PH who comes out ahead with that amplified damage rune. Sees Pota, but the Ember is very healthy, has 3 points in his Flame Guard, so he's very difficult to take down. Will use the Searing Chains. The Bramble is not going to land, just a millisecond too late, as young PH finds himself in a confident position on that puck. I've seen young PH is one of those playmakers, right? Through and through. He just is able to make those initiations for his team when his team really needs him to. Shrine of Wisdom being picked up by Skill Lane. No Shrine of Wisdom play coming out from Veroja, as they right now need to pick up their own shrine, but the Willow isn't even close by. I wonder if KSH will go for that one, but I suppose he doesn't know if the shrine has been taken on or not. Lun now on the mid lane to soak up some experience, as the puck is trying to make a play towards that meeple, as expected of young PH. But he won't be able to spot out that meeple, as I think the information has been sent out by Veroja that there is a puck on the move. But at the very least, YG will be able to stack up significant damage on this tier 1 tower. This is an amplified damage rune on the puck, and the creeps are going to be cleared up very easily as well. But no, it's a teleport towards the mid lane as they look to defend their Bane. Lun will still end up falling. However, it is going to be that Dream Coil expended, and it's going to be an expensive engagement for Veroja, as they lose their mid laner, may even end up losing DB, who is just level 3 because he doesn't take that Shrine of Wisdom. And this is going to be a dead Willow, so it's going to be a 2-for-1, with Veroja only having found the one support, and that is simply not worth it, as it's not even a position 4. It is a position 5 Bane, who is at the bottom of that network chart. KSH now activates that God Strength. Vomi uses the arena, but he is in fact stuck in a nightmare of his making. But with Pota coming in with that Ember Spirit, they will be able to find KSH and bring him down. YG thought they had the upper hand, but it's Veroja who are going to punish YG. Nice use of the arena there. I thought that would have meant the end for Vomi, because he was nightmared to the center of the arena, so he couldn't even walk out of it. But does did seem like Pota expected to be able to support the Mars in that position. Pota with the phase boost now at the ready. At the same time, you have a haste rune available on Young PH. He'd just be able to walk that one away, but needs to be careful. Ended up getting rooted down. Has the phase shift. You can use the phase shift inside of the steering chain, so it's very difficult to take this puck down. Oh, these are a whole lot of stacks being built up. Young PH, Zoran, whoever gets these stacks. And it's a lot of experience also going the way of this disruptor. So Skill Lay will be hitting his level 6 mark pretty early on in this game. He's almost at that half point between him and his level 6. We'll be stacking the Ancients one more time. And I think they're going to use the Rolling Thunder to actually clean up the Ancient camps. YG having amassed themselves 1,000 of a net worth advantage isn't all that significant. The kill feed is also even, but I think that YG, you take a look at the net worth of that Swen, right? He is the big winner of this laning phase, 5,300, but the Meepo is trailing right behind him, and the Meepo can scale up pretty fast if he, you know, the more Meepo clones come out, the better he will scale. And we have a Diffusal Blade up for CJ. You'll be farming up pretty nicely. The Diffusal Blade actually helps you to farm as well, because when you hit a creep with a mana, that is additional damage being dished out on that creep. So it is a nice boost to your farming capacity, but nothing that's overpoweringly significant. Zoran now on this tier 1 tower that Yangon Galacticos have been poking at for quite some time.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Young PH will be okay. It's a bit of a stalemate, right? Because there's not a whole lot that the others that Veroja can do. Very difficult to make plays on this block. You have no silence available. You have very limited options. Even throwing the Terrorize on from DB is going to be a bit tough. But this time around, they may have found the entry. But no, it's just going to be an easy nightmare being found by Lun, as Young PH, trying to make his escape from this position, does have a Shadow Strike. But with Zoran coming in, has the Rolling Thunder at the ready. With Veroja, they're going to be losing their Queen of Pain at the back of that Thunder Strike. Pota just casually grabbing the Regeneration Rune in the middle of Zoran's Rolling Thunder, as it is going to be the Willow to fall as the second casualty. It is going to be the two supports over on the side that are going to lose their lives. But Pota, this was an interesting play that he wanted to make. He has no more remnants up. In fact, even if he had them, he wouldn't have been able to do anything against Skill Lay's Static Storm. Veroja being outplayed there, or rather outplaying themselves, as they found themselves in a tricky situation. I mean, there was no reason for the Ember to go in there. Perhaps he did not expect Skill Lay's Static Storm to be coming out, but he should have, because Disruptor held that the entire time. And this is where things get tricky, because YG have the capacity to snowball, and so far we haven't seen any moves coming in from CJ. Perhaps he wants to go for that Scepter first, because he realizes that the amount of AoE damage coming up from YG will mean the end for his clones, and he needs those additional stats to kick in. He needs the Power Rangers boost. You guys remember the those shows that had, you know, those giant robots which would merge together to form one really big giant robot? Or for those of you anime fans out there like me, have you guys seen the Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann? It's a mecha anime, really good watch, one single season, but that's what the Meepo reminds me of. It's just, you know, One meeple becomes the arms, one meeple becomes the legs, another meeple becomes the brains of the operation. But towards that bot side, it is that Pangolier who's gonna eat that Sonic Wave. Zorain is gonna end up falling as finally Veroja fight back, find themselves 2 kills, and will even be able to pressure this tier 1 tower towards this bot side.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, young PH, though, he's just too good on this Puck.
Dire's
Has the Witchblade, a lot of magical damage output. At the same time, though, Veroja have... Last game they had the Lycan, this game around they don't. So they don't actually have a strong tower pushing lineup. But still, maybe though,
Radiant's bottom tower
Lun is gonna end up paying with his life, but the Bramble Maze did not actually land, and Juju has no mana to actually blink away. This will mean that the Puck comes in with a jaunt, and it's going to be an easy kill for young PH. Handed to him on a silver platter.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Zorain. Diffusal Blade up, the Rolling Thunder goes out, and this is going to be Pota who loses his life. This is going very badly. The Meepo is gonna get cleaned up as well as KSH. Too strong with that Swen. 1-to-1, there is no matchup for the Meepo. And a 2-for-1, that's just... It really feels like Veroja's lineup is very underwhelming, if I'm being perfectly honest. Zorain will end up going down though. Nice play coming in from Womi. He doesn't have the Blink Dagger, but he has an Use for the setup. It is in that alternative build, and they will make their way towards that high ground where they will actually catch out Lun. So it's Juju who comes out ahead with that double kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Ten to 7 as YG. I really don't see any reason why they need to back down right now. I mean, you take a look at CJ, he will have that Aghanim Scepter up pretty soon. Also, he actually has that Aghanim Scepter pretty soon. Is the Pangolier in danger? Sonic Wave goes down, and Zorain actually ends up melting. 5 heroes from Veroja over on this bot side. There is no objective to be found other than just containing the push.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As Pota, he's gonna end up eating that Fiend's Grip, and no way to cancel this out. He's just going to end up falling. That's the 5th death for this Ember Spirit, and it's an arena though over on that back line, as it seems like Veroja want to turn things around, but KSH got strength activated. Womi unable to do anything, and it's going to be Veroja to lose both of their cores. They used their ultimates, but just unable to do much. And right now, CJ on that Meepo just continues to farm, but not doing much for his team. And this is getting out of hands for Veroja. Sure, the net worth advantage isn't all that much because you have a Meepo who, despite of dying to KSH, he is at the top of that net worth chart. Almost. Neck and neck even with the Swen. So, maybe in a situation when CJ finally joins his team, at the back of the great arenas Vomi has been able to find, you can take down the other side. But that's a huge maybe. You have a Fiend's Grip for the save, you have a Disruptor for the glimpse, you have a Rolling Thunder, the Bucks Dream Coil. Oh man, it is. I take a look at a 5v5 clash, and every single scenario in my mind apart from YG just straight up blundering a team fight, every single scenario apart from that has YG coming out on top. Just multiple ways to force a fight here for YG. They can go in with KSH. They can start things off with a Fiend's Grip or a Nightmare. They can start things off with a Glimpse. Puck can go in with the Dream Coil. Pangolier can go in with the Rolling Thunder. It's literally 5 ways to initiate. On the other side, who can actually go in from Veroja? The Ember? He'll just eat that Static Storm and he'll die. The Willow can start things off maybe with the Eels. But it's Dvomi who needs to be the big playmaker, right? The Mars is the only frontliner, reliable frontliner they have that can actually find an initiation and can find that initial lockdown. Because the problem with the Willow initiating, the problem with the Queen of Pain blinking in or the Ember going for a Remnant forward, there's simply no stuns. Oh, Porter. I was wondering why he went 0 to 100. KSH. Oh, that is unfortunate. I mean, these kinds of mistakes happen. It's not. I'm not laughing at him. I'm laughing at the scenario. That was quite funny to see him blinking in between of 5 trees. That would have been a dead Ember Spirit if he found the right blink. So far, KSH has been having a great start to this game, but oh my. That is a big kill to be found. Young PH goes down towards that mid lane as that was a perfect initiation. And Vomi still has his arena. Young PH simply getting caught out there, and now CJ comes to play with his team. Will be able to find that disruptor. And it's 2 heroes from YG fall. I think they've given up their lead entirely as a Meepo will be ahead of KSH. Who needs to go for the teleport out, will be able to find it in the nick of time. DB? Oh, wow, Veroja. They are fighting back. Certainly, there could be a potential where they take this game. They will have to continue this momentum though. They simply can't let up. They will have to continually get pickoffs across the map. Because one thing to consider is because you have so many initiators on the side of YG, if Veroja don't initiate, YG will. And YG can do that from any one of their heroes. So YG can do that anywhere on the map. It is going to be a bit of map control going the way of Veroja though. They do also have nice observer wards being planted. You see in one on that tier 2 towards that bot side. Oh, Zoran, he got that off that Rolling Thunder. And that means this arena isn't going to be that successful. However, Zoran is sticking in that position. You do have the rest of YG who are coming in really quick. And it seems like Veroja will be in trouble if they continue to stay in this position. Skillly unable to find the glimpse. Can use it on the Willow if he wants to, but DB has chosen to be the sacrifice of this. There is no arena up, but the rest of Veroja, they are coming in for the defense. Unfortunately, DB has already died. The Sonic Wave isn't going to land on anyone, as Juju will be the second casualty. Maybe if he landed that Sonic Wave, he could have done something, but there's that Fiend's Grip. Easy find against that Ember, as CJ unable to find the entry in that team fight. That was the easiest Fiend's Grip of his life there. Just casually spawning out an Ember Spirit who Veroja went in 1 by 1. That's the problem with that last fight. They also chose to fight against Young Galacticos in what was a very favorable circumstance to YG because they were the ones who were running at Veroja with 5 initiators. Oh, nice kill, all things considered. The Disruptor, now that I think about it, isn't actually a strong count. I mean, the Static Storm does do a lot. I'll have to hold that thought, as it's going to be that second support that gets cleaned up. CJ with a killing spree and with a double kill. You can only glimpse one clone, right? So Disruptor, if you're caught out outside of dropping that Static Storm on top of the Meepo, don't really have many options available. Young PH has that Blink Dagger. Swen has a Blink of his own. Ooh, there's a Parasma on Young PH. It's not just the Witchblade, it's not just the Blink Dagger, but right now, it is Veroja on that high ground. They seem to want to bait YG in, but the arena from Vomi, lackluster at best, as it didn't catch out anyone. In fact, it's Veroja who've been caught out. Nice Sonic Wave that comes out, however, the Dream Coil is holding so many of Veroja in that Vomi is unable to do anything. As such, one simple swipe will find the kill, and again, an easy Fiend's Grip being found on Pota. It really seems like Lun's position in these games have been so good at recognizing the fact that his job is to catch the core with that Fiend's Grip, and he is able to do so each and every single time. Roshan is going to be the big prize for YG for their one team fight. Young PH. Too much magical damage to contest with. I mean, the Parasma just does too much. It's around. I think it does around 300 to 400 damage in its duration. As Young PH wants to be looking for the entry on towards Juju, who doesn't exactly see him, and look at the damage. Carstensz was also there, so that did go a lot into the Queen of Pain, but it's 1700 HP that it took down within 2 seconds. It's 870 damage coming in from the Swen, 700 damage before the Parasma was able to dish out its DPS damage. So you can tell how much the puck actually does. Towards the bot lane, Vomi got out, as once again the Willow has to be that sacrifice. However, Carstensz as well as Young PH have different plans. They will not be distracted from their objectives. They will take the Mars down, and they will clean DB up shortly afterwards. It is Veroja who are on the back foot now. 7,000 of a net worth disadvantage. Aegis on the side of YG, as it really seems like YG will not be duoed, will not be clean sweeped. At least not without a fight. Okay, SH doesn't know the Meepo is there, so he's not going to be going in. But it's a regen rune being activated by Young PH. He's already on full HP and mana, so I suppose it didn't exactly do much. Zoran, CJ could have gone in on him, got out the Pangolier, disable, or rather, it's not exactly easy to catch out the Pangolier. He can just use the roll up, break away from the nets coming in from the Meepo, and just walk on out of there. Unless you have a Hex coming in from the Meepo, it is unlikely if CJ will be able to stack up. Even if you have all of these stats coming about, he is the most farmed hero in this game. The only problem is, how do you survive against the cleave coming in from Carstensz? Vomi? Perhaps though, if they're able to find this, if they find the skewer, they will be able to take the Pangolier down. The roll-up will not be available in time. Zoran is going to fall. A nice kill being found at the back of Vomi with his spear. Olon finds the Fiend's Grip. However, Vomi was well prepared for that one. YG seemingly trapped on that high ground inside of that arena, as CJ will join the fight there, as it is a very favorable territory for him, as YG's two heroes will collapse. And oh no, this is a disaster for Young PH, losing his dominating streak as they lost their heroes one by one. What was that play towards that high ground? You didn't have your Pangolier, and your two supports were caught out there. I suppose the play was to get that Fiend's Grip in that quick kill at the back of Young PH, but that was such an awkward decision.
is under attack.
Carstensz, he saw Womi? Perhaps he saw Womi. No, he didn't see Womi. Even if he saw Womi, I don't think he cares about Womi. There's 40 seconds left on this Aegis, so that means that Veroja will not be making a play on Carstensz. The puck. Oh no, there's no Fiends available, but there is a Silence, and with Carstensz coming in, he has a Daedalus. Doesn't need to pop his God Strength for that one. Will be able to find Pota. That was his 8th death on that Ember. And the big question for me is, or the big question for Veroja, in fact, is one carry enough to actually win the game? Turns out that CJ wants to contest against Carstensz, who pops his God Strength, pops his BKB, and is seemingly wanting to run away. Will not be caught in by that Ensnare, but there's that Rolling Thunder coming about from Zoran. Unfortunately, Young PH was caught out, but CJ got inside of that Static Storm. The problem of the Meepo is that you can't do much against the Silence. And Carstensz will be happy to come in for the cleanup. 3 heroes from Veroja to fall. And I mean, there it is. I mean, in front of us all to see the Meepo against all of these ultimates from YG doesn't exactly do much. Even in a scenario where he goes 1-to-1 against Carstensz, it is a bit of a gamble whether or not that Swen will come out on top or if it's CJ who comes out on top. However, as it turns out, CJ, or rather Carstensz, is really not interested in contesting the Meepo 1-to-1. He's more than happy to back away temporarily, allow his team to come in, and the back of those ultimates, the back of that Static Storm and that Rolling Thunder, just clean up the Meepo. There's really no way for the Meepo to stack up against the target here. Not in the team fight. Because you have that Rolling Thunder, you have the Dream Call, you have the Disruptor Static Storm. Just too much. YG. Oh, Disruptor sent up into the air, but I don't think that Womi will initiate in. In fact, he's the one who's going to get skill lay with that statement. I mean, you mess around with me, I will mess around with you. Now on a 10,000 net worth advantage. I think they're going to wait for Roshan. They've already found the cleanup on one lane of Barracks. And Veroja, they will need to make a phenomenal play. They need to start a fight, force out the ultimates from the other side before CJ can come in.
Let's find something to steal.
Radiant are scanning.
CJ once again will force out the Rolling Thunder, but this time around Carstensz to go in. CJ was able to activate his Scepter ultimate though, and now looks to turn things around, but Young PH is here. There is no Rolling Thunder. This could be the perfect team fight, but Carstensz wants to turn it around on towards Womi. Has the BKB to play with. This Meepo will eat that Fiend's Grip, and there is the weakness of that Meepo pick. A full team wipe coming about from the side of Young Galacticos on towards Veroja. They call GG. They want to go for a game number 3. They don't even want to try to contest their high ground.
Radiant victory.
What a game coming out by YG, but I do think this was just a straight up outdraft. I don't think the Meepo pick was all that strong, but it's still. Let's see though what game number 3 will have in store for us, because YG are looking pretty strong. Like, this is a team that plays very well under pressure. Veroja, meanwhile, I have seen them struggle under pressure, particularly this time around. You take a look at Pota, he wasn't able to do much with that Ember Spirit. I do think it was the weakness of the draft that resulted in Pota, because there was nothing to counter out that Fiend's Grip with. No way to cancel it. Veroja simply did not have a response for a lot of those ultimates that were coming out. Hopefully, they'll be able to figure out those issues in their draft and have a good game number 3. But YG will also look towards doing the same, but they don't actually need to figure out their draft, because that draft that came out from YG this time around was on point. But let's see. Hopefully, both teams come out with their best drafts. That was the theme for the grand finals for TI, if you guys remember. Cap and SVG talked about it, and I hope that is going to be the theme for Lunar Snake Trophy season number 3 as well. It's not, of course, the top 2 teams in the world, but this is the next generation of Southeast Asian teams out there, guys. And of course, we will be back for that third and final decisive game between these 2 teams right after a short break. They have the front line. Maybe adding in another frontliner wouldn't be all that bad of an idea. You could just go for an Earthshaker towards the mid lane. Does very well against the Pangolier. Extremely well against the Beastmaster because the two boars, the Hawk and the Helm Creeps, they just add into your Echo Slam. But they will in fact go for an Invoker. A hero that is designed to control pushes and in fact designed to control team fights. So you can actually break away the Spirit Breaker's charge just by using that Cold Snap. It's a very good counter to that Spirit Breaker and also that Tornado, right? So we will see whether or not this Invoker goes for the Agent of Galaron facet or chooses to go for something else. But let's see. Veroja
5 seconds remaining.
now on their 5th pick of the game.
Dire team ban.
Or rather, it's their 6th ban of the game. Now their 7th ban of the game. They ban on the Faceless Void. And ideally, I think it's because they are a bit afraid of that Sun or that Chronosphere Cataclysm combination. So they just don't want anything to do with the Faceless Void. At the same time, though, my big question is what carry they're going to pick, right? Because if it is not a strong carry, then their team fight is going to be a bit lackluster against the amount of control and against the amount of damage on the other side. Maybe go for a Templar Assassin, but the Templar Assassin doesn't do well against a Warlock. Not all that great against a Warlock anyway. But, oh, they actually banned out the Willow, so this might actually be a Templar Assassin coming out for Veroja. At the same time, though, Yangon Galacticos, I wonder if they'll just ban that one out.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, the Lycan was actually banned very early on in the game. Yangon Galacticos, they don't have much time to think about what they want to ban out. Just less than 10 seconds left. And they will ban out the Ursa and will go for a Bristleback as their last pick. It is going to be a support Bristle, or is this going to be a support Nature's Prophet? We will have to see. I'm not too sure about this. Or it may just end up being an Invoker support. If in all honesty, it might just be a position 4 Invoker, just to be able to stop that Spirit Breaker, just to be able to stop that Freezing Field and actually control the Beastmaster's creeps. It's not all that bad. Then you can send the Nature's Prophet on that mid lane. The Bristleback can be the carry. The Mars can be the off lane. So I could see this working out for YG. However, it will be. Let's actually see what they pick up, because there's quite a few ways to flex this around for Yangon Galacticos. Meanwhile, Veroja, is their last and final pick. The Dragon Knight is available in the pool. You can make a Silver Edge on that Dragon Knight as well if you want. You can also go for a Medusa, because the Medusa does pretty well against the Bristleback. Doesn't care about the Nasal Goose, doesn't care about the Quill Sprays. Has that natural wand coming in. Because the Bristleback loves to spam out his abilities. But no, Veroja will go for another flex pick. It is going to be that Anti-Mage. And I don't know about this Anti-Mage. It just seems like another one of those flex picks that cost Veroja that last game. Right? Because it turns out Yangon Galacticos, they are not running a Nature's Prophet as their carry. They are running a Bristleback as their carry. And Bristleback versus the Anti-Mage wins every single time. How is the Anti-Mage supposed to actually take the Bristleback down? There is no natural break mechanism coming in. You'll have to make a Silver Edge if you want to break the Bristleback. But who makes that Silver Edge? Okay, the Spirit Breaker can get the Silver Edge, but it's a 5,000 gold item. I mean, is DB going to farm, or is DB going to create space? So many questions for Veroja, as they have gone for that flex pick in a decider game in the series, right? If they lose this series, but if they win big. But I do think there were a whole bunch of great carry heroes available apart from this anti-mage, perhaps it's the TI effect, right? It's the fact that we've seen all sorts of heroes coming out. We've seen the Faceless Void, we've seen the Juggernaut, we've seen the anti-mage that Ame played as well. So perhaps that's inspiring the Southeast Asian scene to be going for some of these picks. But it's you know, it's so dangerous for this anti-mage. You get locked down, you will be brought down. As once again, I do favor the draft of Yangon Galacticos in this third and final game. Let's see though if Veroja will be able to prove me wrong. And why is the Crystal Maiden's puppy with the Spirit Breaker? What is this? You guys saw that, right? That this is normally the puppy is with the Crystal Maiden, but this time around it was with the Spirit Breaker. I wonder if that's going to be a permanent thing. No, there's no puppy. There will be a pause though. That gives us time to investigate what happened with that Spirit Breaker and that Crystal Maiden. What went on between those two, and why the puppy chose. Like, dogs are loyal creatures. They're the most loyal creature, I suppose. Not in Dota, apparently. We will have a bit of a pause before we resume on. Looking at the drafts, though, I do think it is 65-35 in favor of YG. Of course, Veroja, they can prove me wrong, but they will need to have a good game on Pota this time around. This Pangolier will be the one hero that is the playmaker. Without the Pangolier, Veroja's lineup collapses on top of itself. You need that Rolling Thunder in those team fights. You need that Diffusal Blade. You need to start and quickly continue to make plays. At the same time, though, you will be faced up against a Nature's Prophet, so you'll always have to go and contest against YG and assume there's going to be a +1 coming into those team fights, because a Nature's Prophet can just teleport in. How did he... 3 simultaneous pings, interesting. We will finally resume into the game, as it is going to be an Agent of Galaron facet coming about. So it is going to be an Exort Invoker versus a Pangolier on the mid lane. And ideally, Yangon Galacticos, we saw the Invokers of TI also go for the Helm of the Dominator. So I think that Young PH will also be crafting that one for himself. And I really love the juggling that the Invoker does from time to time.
Relax. It's okay.
I really like Cinderen's voice line. One of the things that I really liked about the TI was the casting was just insanely good.
30 seconds.
Right? It is, of course, I'm a caster too, nowhere on the level of some of those Tier 1 casters. I hope to be one day. With your support, perhaps I can make it there and improve to the point where I can make it there. That's the big thing. I first have to get that good before I can do some of those. But just, I mean, really hype entertainment coming about by all of the caster duos that we had. Even the panel segments, the desk panel segments, just absolutely great. And then, of course, you had the thank you Purge being spammed about every time that Purge would come online. Certainly one of the most entertaining figures, simply just by virtue of existing. Right? He just has to show up on screen for him to electrify the crowd. But we will resume to talk about this final game between both of these two sides. It is going to be an anti-mage over on that top lane. Not going to be faced up against the Bristleback, because the Bristleback is the carry. But even against Zoran, I wonder if he'll be able to do much. Now, it's going to be Skill Lay, the big target for Veroja, because one Frostbite on this Nature's Prophet, and CJ can quickly stack in the hits, especially considering that CJ may be able to dodge out that spear with a good blink as well. So Skillly will need to keep himself safe in this off lane. Maybe even attempt to go for more pickoffs rather than contest against that anti-mage. So it does seem like Viroja will be having a good safe lane at the very least, and so the anti-mage will be able to have his farm. But getting a kill on Skillly, achievable. Getting a kill on Zoran is going to be a bit hard, but perhaps when Skillly chooses to rotate out, that's when they move on in. And it looks like it's a kill attempt on that target. Skillly incredibly low, but will be able to walk on back. But Juju, he is going to get his frostbite available, wants to walk on forward and will be able to find the kill on that Nature's Prophet, and was able to find the first blood too. Viroja off to a good early game start. It was YG who grabbed themselves up with the first blood in that last game. This time around, it is going to be Viroja as towards the mid lane. Invoker versus the Pangolier, and I do think that this is a matchup that should be going pretty evenly. We do see Young PH struggling a bit in terms of both sustain and in terms of lost hits. But that's at the back of that swashbuckle. Invoker doesn't actually have great abilities to, in the laning phase at least, to clean up creeps very well. He has to rely on that Forest Spirit as well as his own lost hitting ability. And that makes for a bit of a disadvantage towards the other side. Oh, it's a rotation towards that bot lane. Seems like Skillly wanted to come in but canceled his teleportation midway as Vomi was the one caught out. Just the amount of burn on him with the Fatal Bonds is simply too much. This is the lane that can quickly become dangerous for both of these sides because you're playing two melee heroes into a Warlock, which is just not great. The Warlock, the one Fatal Bonds use and the Quill Sprays, once they start stacking up, DB and this Beast Monster, DB and Vomi, will not be able to survive. So there's not a whole lot that these position 4s, both of them, can do in their respective lanes, right? The Spirit Breaker on this bot lane and the Nature's Prophet, Skillly towards that top side, can't exactly do much. But it's DB to charge in on towards that Warlock. Skillly, where is his teleport? It was coming in, and the Sunstrike isn't actually going to land, so it's just going to be a bit of poke and prod, but both of these sides are going to be disengaging. Oh, Frostbite. Once again, CJ wants to be going in. He's already used his blink though, so Skillly will be able to walk on back. Zoran will be able to throw out a spear, but he has burnt away all of his mana. And I think he threw the spear because he was going to lose his mana anyway, so might as well get in a bit of damage. CJ. It's on that Nature's Prophet. They made sure that Zoran wouldn't have any mana so that he had no defensive ability for Skillly. And now CJ even wants to go on over towards Zoran, just make sure that he can zone the Mars out. And this is a horrible lane for Yangon Galacticos. At the same time, it's a horrible lane for the Beastmaster as well. But problem is, YG aren't finding the kills over on their safe lane, and they simply can't find the kills because there's no real follow-up. There's no real disable. But Vomi took in too many stacks here as Yangon Galacticos, they will be able to take Vomi down. At the same time, the charge is coming in, so Skillly will be the trade at the back of this. 1-1 so far, but KSH, does he want to walk on forward, want to make a play on Juju, who does have 2 stacks of that goo, and will be overrun underneath his tower. One more Quill Spray should do the trick, but it's Young PH towards that mid lane who loses his life to a solo Pangolier. DB, oh, no charge available. KSH got himself a double kill and may even be able to find himself with a triple kill. Can this Bristleback make his teleport out? It's gonna come down to the wire, but no. KSH will find the 3rd kill, and it all started with that Beastmaster not respecting the damage coming out, or the damage that can quickly stack up against Viroja. All of the kills that YG were Veroja were acquiring towards that top side have just been negated by this one lackluster play from their side towards the bot lane, because KSH on the Bristleback is going to be an absolute monstrosity. You cannot stop this Bristleback. Very difficult to take him down, and now he has 3 kills. All these lost hits. He's at the top of the lost hit chart as well. But it's towards that mid lane that Young PH continues to struggle, losing his life for the second time. As Pota this time around, he is doing very well for himself. A double kill, a killing spree, may even find himself with a triple kill and a dominating spree. One more swashbuckle will do the trick, as it's going to be Pota who is going to be that effective playmaker for Veroja.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And he even have that very early diffusal blade coming about. He has 1700 gold. Can just go for the brown boots diffusal if he wants to. DJ. It's a Shrine of Wisdom play. The Spirit Breaker charge is coming in, but unfortunately it's not coming in fast enough. CJ though, can he hold his position in time for the Spirit Breaker and the Crystal Maiden to make his way here? Zoran inside of the Shrine of Wisdom trying to contest against CJ, but the supports have arrived. It is that cavalry, a charge, a bulldoze on Zoran. CJ able to hold strong. Sunstrike is going to land, but it's going to be enough, surprisingly. Lay was able to find the kill on towards CJ. Shrine of Wisdom will be collected by Veroja though, so it isn't going to be a huge loss. The anti-mage can just come back. Meanwhile, they'll be able to find the Nature's Prophet as well as Lun, who will end up eating the charge before DB goes down. It is a triple kill for that Spirit Breaker, and even though Veroja lost their anti-mage, this was well worth it.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Bristleback, he's gonna end up getting rolled up, and sure enough, this is one way they can get the kill. The killing spree to go the way of Womi as well. 2,000 net worth lead now built up for the side of Veroja, and they are looking formidable. I mean, just the fact that each and every single one of their heroes has been able to, or rather several of their heroes have been able to acquire that triple kill. Pota on that mid lane, the Spirit Breaker, the Anti-Mage who was doing so well, and Yango Galacticos lost the only hero that was doing well, and now they're going to lose Young PH again for a third time. Skill Lay is going to come in, and unfortunately for Veroja, they had no detection to cancel out, or rather to dish out that final hit against that Invoker. A mistake that's going to cost them, as they could have potentially delayed the Hand of Midas from the Invoker even more. But as towards that bot lane, that they're just able to kite around KSH, take out the support. Veroja looking incredibly strong. This will be an early Helm of the Overlord coming about as well. You take a look at the net worth. Sure enough, it is KSH on that second place position because he had all of those kills, had all of those lost hits. But the rest of the 3 cores in the top 5, or in the top 4, are going to be on the side of Veroja. You have a Diffusal Blade now built up from Pota. He's going to go in with that Rolling Thunder, and that means that this Invoker is in trouble. Being pushed around between a few heroes, that is going to be one Frost Nova coming in to take out Young Peach's life. That is the third death for the Nature's Prophet. And this is an absolute disaster. The Invoker is having a similar game to what Pota had, except this time around Pota is doing incredible. 4-0-2 on that Pangolier. Brown Boots Diffusal Blade. A Diffusal Blade that he built in within 8 minutes, by the way. 8 minutes. And there's really no stopping this Pangolier at the moment. Skill Lay needs to be careful. There is another strike available from the side of Veroja. But at the same time, there's a lot of heroes from Yango Galacticos in this position. Zoran doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so he needs DB to charge on in before he uses the arena. But no, it's actually Pota who's gonna walk on in. Uses the Illusion Rune, doesn't have any more survivability though. But at the same time, the Golem is gonna come dropping down on top of Veroja. Is it going to be enough? Right now, it's Yango Galacticos losing their support, but with KSH coming in with the Bristleback, it is a freezing field being committed by that Crystal Maiden. Veroja able to fight back as CJ comes in here as well. It is an absolute bloodbath with everyone joining the party here. CJ trying to chase, but it's going to be DB who comes in with a charge, eats that spear, but is going to create the space for CJ to go in for that lost hit. It was a very chaotic team fight, and it was just, everything was a mess there for both of those two sides.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
3,000 of a net worth disadvantage for Yangon Galacticos, as this time around CJ, does he have the Battle Fury? Will be having it in about 810 gold. So this will be a very, very early Battle Fury for CJ. He's 2-1-3, 70 lost hits. The lost hits aren't great, but he has a lot of skills to his name.
Dire's top tower is under
Meanwhile,
attack.
KSH, oh, he's going for a Lotus Orb at that level 1 mark. Wants to be cancelling out that roar. I mean, there's plenty of spells to actually be cancelling out, or rather reflecting, but it's a charge on that Bristleback. KSH is not even going to be rammed. DB is just going to cancel it midway, as there is quite a few supports available towards KSH's backline. And I think that Veroja will be careful about this. So far though, you have the Helm of the Overlord now built up by Vomi.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Once again, Yangon Galacticos will be able to take out the first tier 1 tower of the game for themselves.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower
Pota.
has fallen.
Diffusal Blade now built up. I mean, he's had it for a while. Threads now built up, my bad. But it's a 4-man smoke coming out from YG, as they will look on to finding themselves an opening in this game, considering the lead that is stacking up against them. 4,000 of a net worth disadvantage. The anti-mage is towards the top side, so they won't be able to get the biggest prize of them all, but perhaps they can find another core, because Pota is here with that Pangolier. Could end up getting stunned up, but he will see the Nature's Prophet.
Is under attack.
And maybe he even goes for a kill here. Has the Rolling Thunder at the ready, as well as that Crystal Maiden towards that backline. He is going to get speared to the wall though. But still, the Rolling Thunder, there's no real way to stop it outside of that spear, or even outside of that cold snap. It will be the Crystal Maiden who gets cleaned up though. And it's actually, the Crystal Maiden gives more gold compared to the Nature's Prophet, who is at the bottom of that net worth chart. So that is slightly worth it for Yangon Galacticos, or at least a favorable exchange for them. But it was YG who were going in for a smoke play, and it was YG who ended up losing. DB, can he push out the Nature's Prophet? He will be able to do so. Picks up the shrine, tries to go for the teleport out, and will even make it. A ninja escape at the back of the lucky greater bash that came in. There was a charge bulldoze, and then there was another bash that came out right afterwards, pushing skill lay back enough for the Spirit Breaker to pick up the Shrine of Wisdom. Helm of the Overlord is at the ready, but Vomi hasn't actually grabbed himself with that Ancient Creep. Oh, young PH will find himself a great kill towards that triangle, as DB this time around seems to have overextended himself, but it's the bottom tower that's going to start taking in the hits. There's an Ancient Black Dragon. There's about 135, or rather 141 damage a pop.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Vomi, now in danger, is going to end up eating that tornado. Does have a roar, but if only he'll be allowed to use it. The cold snap is just constantly stunning him up. But now finally gets off his roar. Unfortunately, he's lost too much of his HP as that Carstensz will be able to run him down. Pota with his Rolling Thunder, unable to find the kill. But Young PH, he comes in with the ATOS on towards Pota, who doesn't have the Rolling Thunder. Juju has to buy space for his team. Comes out with the Fusing Field, but Carstensz able to stand strong, but will have to go back. Juju coming in with the sacrifice, but at least they were able to make it out with their Pangolier.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
CJ is here with the anti-mage. Has the Yasha that will be flying out towards him pretty soon. Invoker picked himself up that regen rune. As CJ... Oh, he sees Zoran so incredibly low, and there's a Spirit Breaker as well, but Zoran is trying to bait over here. Young PH will see that Spirit Breaker, who will end up eating that Sunstrike. A few more hits should do the trick. Or rather, one more hit should do the trick. Young PH, from what was an 0-3 start, he has managed to grab himself up with 4 kills and 3 assists. So this is an incredible recovery for this Invoker. Meanwhile, Pota, who had himself the great start, is going to continue to do so. Warlock will end up going down as he will find himself with the 6th kill on YG. Skill day. Now in danger, the Cold Snap being reflected, but the anti-mage needs to be careful here. Carstensz is here too. CJ will find the blink out, but will not be able to escape with his life. Meanwhile, Pota comes in with that Rolling Thunder, the Invoker inside of that Ghost Walk, but Zoran towards that backline, using the arena, holding not only the Beastmaster who died, but also DB, who was trying to come in to charge on that Invoker. Yangon Galacticos, they find their way back into this game in magnificent fashion. And this lead is completely gone. With that anti-mage falling, that was the one hero you can't give up. As YG will find themselves on an equal footing and will even head inside of that Roshan pit. Carstensz has the Yasha after that Lotus Orb and will have that Sanjin Yasha coming about pretty soon. He'll even have that Hairball. CJ, he will blink on top of that high ground and will plant an Observer Ward, but he doesn't have a Manta style, so he needs to be really careful. Doesn't have the Dispel for that Atos. If he gets rooted, he could fall, but it's a root on towards Bola. No, you can't lose your Pangolier like this. Your team fight is gonna collapse. The Golem is gonna come dropping down from Lun. The Nature's Wrath goes out. CJ was able to find 1 kill. Young PH trying to juke around the Phasing Field is not going to be enough. Romy stuck inside of that Sprout is going to be brought down. The 2 cores have fallen, and the rest of Veroja are going to be easy pickings for the taking. It's going to be the Crystal Maiden who dies. DB just by, as he simply could not make his way into that team fight. It is going to be YG who not only find the 3 kills, not only find a D-ward, but they will also find themselves having the Aegis in their hands. And how do you contest against this Aegis? Veroja were doing so well, but now the lead for the first time is in the way of Yangon Galacticos. Anti-mage CJ had to fight with his Manta because he can tank the Atos. He can even tank the Tornado, the Cold Snap. Whatever the Invoker throws at this anti-mage initially can just end up being dispelled by that Manta style, but that's... They bungled it with Pota getting caught out on that Pangolier towards the mid lane. You need your Rolling Thunder. Vomi has a Blink Dagger, and we saw him blink in, but unfortunately, he doesn't actually... there's no way for him to survive. Not without your Pangolier. And now a Sanjin Yasha built up. They're hunting once again Yangon Galacticos, and you can't lose Pota. He is simply too important. He's very close to his Aghanim Scepter. If he has that one item, he'll have that additional Shield Crash. Swashbuckle coming out. Juju will end up being the sacrifice for the Smoke of the Seed play, but as it turns out, Zoran wanted to go in. Pota will come out with the Rolling Thunder, though. Do they have enough damage? They simply don't. Zoran will be very happy with the fact that he was able to force that one out, and now they can push on even more forward. Pota doesn't have his Rolling Thunder, as Zoran, he's looking for the arena, finds it. Pota now stuck inside that arena. The spear, it hasn't come out quite just yet, but now does go out. DB forced to go in with the charge, but forced to run away as this Pangolier will fall. Zoran with the Spirit Breaker. Oh, the Golem even being committed just to stop DB's escape. And DB went in for the Nether Strike. And he is going to end up losing his life for it. It's going to be Yangon Galacticos now with a 2,000 net worth advantage, able to find kills wherever and whenever they want. It will be a return being found. However, Young PH finds a return kill. A support for a core is not worth it. Of course, Womi found the dominating streak, so perhaps that's worth it, but it's too much space being given away to YG.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
DB goes in with the charge. The Rolling Thunder goes out by Carstensz as he is in a bit of trouble. The Aegis will pop, and right now YG need to come in for the support. The Invoker isn't here, but Zoran goes in for the arena as Carstensz charges on forward. CJ trying to burn away the mana of that pistol pack. The charge comes out as well, and Carstensz is in trouble, but is still able to dish out the quill spray. CJ doesn't have much more room to play with. Young PH found a tornado on towards CJ. His health is dropping. Our spear is gonna land on top of that anti-mage, and Veroja are going to lose the team fight. They are going to lose 4 of their heroes, and YG have not lost a single one. And they'll even make their way towards the high ground. There is no buyback for that anti-mate, so this should be one full lane of barracks coming about. There is a glyph available, and there's no glyph for Yangon Galacticos, so their creeps will end up falling. The second creep wave is pretty far away, but the glyph won't, or rather the backdoor protection won't activate in time, and I think this will just be a tower at best. I don't think Yangon Galacticos can take down the full barracks quite just yet. Oh, Young PH. This was in 9-3 and 6. This was an Invoker that was 0 and 3 in that laning phase. He has not died a single time. One would imagine that with an anti-mage finding the farm, you're able to take the Invoker down, but CJ abandoned his farm. He'll drop in terms of net worth. Has the Manta, has the Eagle Song, but I'm not too sure about this Butterfly. I mean, there's not really a hero that dishes out hits against you. It's the Quill Sprays that the Butterfly doesn't evade. And maybe he should have just gone for the Eye of Scotty. Or maybe he should have gone for the Skull Basher first, as it's going to be a trade of supports towards that mid lane, but it's going to be Pota who is going to lose his life. Rolling Thunder committed to just get one support. And, I mean, Yangon Galactical supports must be so incredibly happy. Skill Lay is like 10 deaths. I have gotten 18 assists because you have tried to go in on me every single time. DB potentially being taken down right under his tier 4s as Young PH is on a beyond godlike streak. This barracks is going to fall this time around. No glyph available as Yangon Galacticos will most likely end up with the series win the way things are going.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
CJ. Anti-mage has the butterfly now, but again, is this going to be enough? Is my worry for Verosia. They do have a series win under their belt. If they lose this, they'll be 1-1 in the group stage. It's still a pretty good position to be in, considering it's a single group round robin.
Dire are scanning.
Photo. Going in on towards Carstensz. They may have found the entry, but no, Zoran comes in with that arena. The Cataclysm goes down, but Carstensz losing his life is going to be forced around with another strike. Is it going to be enough? They need to take this bristleback down. He is running around this team fight, and they're simply unable to. Verosia, they have lost their core and their two supports. The bristleback is just going to turn around and whack, put it down. They almost found the bristleback.
Dire's bottom tower is under
So
attack.
close, and yet so far away. Tier 2 tower now under threat,
Scanning. Dire's
and it
bottom
should be
has fallen.
maybe a high ground push, considering how far ahead YG really are. A Lincoln Sphere up now. You have the Golem at the ready. Zoran may not have the arena, but they actually have two Lincoln Spheres, just cancelling out that roar completely. And even the charge. Without a way to initiate in, without a way to stack up your spells, it is so incredibly difficult to defend. Carstensz doesn't need damage items because he has the alacrity that we just saw. Young PH has an arcane rune to play with. It is plenty of time left on this arcane rune, as CJ will lose most of his mana, forced to go back to the fountain. But Romy went in for that roar. They will not have a follow-up. They will not have their carry for this team fight. He wants to teleport back in, but needs to recover first. Mota, he is losing out duration of this rolling thunder. Juju stuck inside of that bristleback will fall, and now Zoran with one lost arena to end this game. A cataclysm to come down on top of Verosia. CJ tries to fight against Yangon Galacticos, but it's just not going to happen. KSH on a monster kill and a triple kill to end this series.
Radiant victory.
Oh man, what a series. And I can't help but wonder, it's that lost pick from Verosia that just confuses me. You're going for a Meepo against counters. You're going for an anti-mage against a bristleback. It's just an awkward position to be in. It's not even as if Verosia played bad, right? Verosia, they took down the opposing mid laner. They took down Young PS 3 times in that laning phase. The Pangolier Pota was doing so incredibly well. The anti-mage was doing so incredibly well. Vomi was able to push out those objectives, take down the tier 1, the tier 2, found the early game, and despite of them losing, they got the Shrine of Wisdom by their side. They even had a support that got a triple kill, and they were able to take down the bristleback as well. But I do think that it comes down to the. I do think that it just comes down to the fact that the bristleback in that mid game, it's just too strong against the anti-mage. I mean, there's just no way for the anti-mage to hit against that bristleback. No way for the anti-mage to follow up after that roar. And even the entry from that Spirit Breaker wasn't easy. And sure enough, unless you have an Aghanim's Refresher on the Pangolier, you can't have an extended team fight, which is what the anti-mage relies on. At the end of it all, though, Verosia, they're going to be down one series. They have one series win, of course, so they are in a good position in the group stage. Young Galacticos, though, they really needed the win because they lost to Team Emperor on the 12th of September, but this is going to be their second series win, so they will be at the top of that group stage chart. Plenty of series to play, though, for all of these teams put together, so we don't know exactly who is going to be making it into the playoffs. We do know who is expected to be making it into playoffs. It is YG, who are the defending champions, so they should be in that playoff, but that is only something that time will tell. We will be back, though, for that second series of the day. It is going to be played between Carstensz and Team Emperor, but I hope you guys don't go anywhere. I hope you stay tuned in. We will be back for that second series right after a short break. It's only going to be 2 to 3 minutes at the max, guys. because you have the Warlock Fatal Bonds with the Medusa.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
Carstensz are not aiming for the late game. Carstensz are looking to close this one out in the mid game at the back of their pushing lineup. So I think that in a scenario where Medusa is confined to her high ground within that 30 to 35 minute mark, it's going to be very difficult for Emperor to come back from that position. Carstensz, however, they have gotten everything that they planned for in their draft, and I think they will just play to their heroes. They will just play to their strategy, which is to run down those towers. The lost picks, of course, have yet to be seen whether or not Carstensz will go for a mid Snapfire. The ban of the Timber, that was the hero against Mamang Daya's Snapfire in the series against Veroja in game number 2, but this may very well just be an off-lane ban to make sure Emperor can't come out with that hero. And of course, you have all of the spirits available for Mamang Daya to play as well. It's not just the Puck that he loves to play. He also plays a mean Ember and a Storm, so or actually even the Void. Mamang Daya's hero pool is quite diverse on that mid position.
5 seconds remaining.
Emperor, though, thinking about their lost ban.
Radiant team.
Of course, they'll ban at the Ursa. The Medusa does not like to play against the Anti-Mage and the Ursa Warrior. Ursa, just those really quick hits, not to mention the Stone Gaze gets cancelled out. Not entirely cancelled out, but also heavily reduced when you have that Enrage popping. The duration gets cut in half at the back of that 50%
10
status
seconds
resistance.
remaining.
Emperor, let's see what they go for as far as the lost pick
5
goes.
seconds remaining.
Or as far as their lost pick is concerned.
Dire team pick.
Ooh, they actually come out with the Sand King, and I'm now not sure whether or not this is going to be a Sand King mid or a Pangolier mid. I think it's going to depend on what Carstensz pick up on that mid lane, and I think Emperor are going to play around it. Ooh, the Monkey King. Oh, this is so difficult. It doesn't matter who you send on that mid lane, whether it's the Pangolier or that Sand King. The Monkey King destroys both of those heroes on that mid lane, and it does seem like Carstensz have a great plan for this series. Very strong draft coming out by them. I do think that their draft is a lot stronger than Emperor, considering the strategies both of these teams are playing with. Mango wants to be going late. Carstensz do not want to allow this game to be going late. So it all really depends on which team hits their timings. If Carstensz again go for that high ground, or rather breach all of the tier 2s, and are on that high ground by the 30 to 35 minute mark, they'll have a good way in. And if you can see, they've already planned for this, because when they push high ground, you have the Wukong's Command, one of the strongest spells to go for a high ground siege. And Emperor, they will need to make some insane plays from their Sand King and their Pangolier. Those two heroes will need to hold their lineup together, hold the front lines, need to get off great epicenters, need to get off great rolling thunders, in order to keep Carstensz at bay. But let's see whether or not they will be able to do that, because it does seem quite hard. You do have a great synergistic support combination though from Emperor. The Hoodwink as well as that Warlock is, of course, does incredibly well. Let's see. Game number 1 between Carstensz and Emperor, now on our screens.
Prepare for battle.
A lot of voice lines being spammed out, a lot of, not a lot, but like a tip being sent out. Young G and Mamang Daya exchanging those tips in a gesture of goodwill before the game starts. The good lucks have been thrown out. 5-man smoke coming about by the side of Carstensz super early on. But it's not going to result in anything other than a pause, I suppose. And Mamang Daya doesn't have a read on the other side because he signaled towards their own jungle, and there is not a single hero from Emperor in that position.
Well played.
Lloyd has also disconnected from the game, but we will resume into the game. They may have some Discord issues, they may have some teams, whichever they use for team communication. I don't really know, but so best to have those chinks worked out before the game starts rather than after the game starts, of course.
Did you fall out of the nest as a baby? Starting to feel a bit nutty.
Lloyd to reconnect into the game, so we should be resuming. I'm holding off on the analysis for now. I spoke about the macro analysis of the game, what the strategy is going to be, of course, but the laning phase, because I don't want to burn out of the analysis of the laning phase, at least until the game does start. Azur's Nature's Prophet is a force to be reckoned with. That much I can tell you from this point. At this point, I mean, we saw it in we've seen it quite a few times in the previous Lunar Snake Trophy too, because Carstensz were playing in that. So were the players from Team Emperor, of course. But now we have resumed into the game, and we can talk a bit about these lanes now. It is going to be the Monkey King versus what I assume is going to be the Pangolier, or rather, it might just end up being Kui, depending on I will actually. It is going to be Kui, right? It is going to be the Sand King versus the Monkey King. Oh, actually, I'll have to hold off the thought about that lane because WTD could end up going down over here. It's going to take quite a lot of hits. The Blood Grenade goes out by Playhard as they're trying to find a stack up, but a nice Sprout being found by Azur. The Tango will be there for from Young G. There is a Shield Crash available, and the Swashbuckle is not there, but the Shield Crash is. Young G, one more hit, will find the kill there. It was the Bushwhack that I meant to talk about coming in from Playhard, able to find that nice chase on WTD, and Carstensz are going to be on the back foot. Giving away the first blood to the other side is not the start that you would have wanted, considering the fact that WTD has a learning curve facet, so that means that this lane is going to naturally be weak within the first few minutes of the game, at least for the first few creep waves. And with the experience handedly going the way of Young G and Playhard, this does mean that both of these heroes will be having a really good lane, or at least as far as the early laning phase goes. When you have the two ignites, or rather the two... I completely zoned. Yeah, it is the ignite. I thought I completely forgot what this ability was called, but apparently I had it right all along. When that level 2 ignite comes about on these two heroes, Playhard on that Hoodwink is going to suffer, because there's not a lot of HP on that on this hero. Like 500 HP, the Ignite is going to take about 200 or 250 HP out of this Hoodwink. And then if you have a Fire Blast coming in, then Azur could potentially find the kill there as well. Playhard right now is going to eat a whack. And it's, despite of Playhard being a ranged hero... Oh, another Bushwhack being found. There's the Shield Crash as well. WTD simply can't do anything other than try to find or dish out a few hits. Young G unable to find the exit from that Sprout. From the top position, he was forced to go for the Sprout towards the bottom side of those trees, or over here rather than over here. Oh, another Bushwhack. Playhard is going all out in this lane, but still, with the Bushwhack not really landing, there's not really going to be a kill found there. Meanwhile, towards the mid lane, you have the sentry already placed down by Mamang Daya. He will see that Sandstorm, which is on a decent cooldown. So this is a lane in which Mamang Daya is heavily favored. Because you have that melee Monkey King, there's no way Kui can actually stack up damage against Mamang Daya. This is a free lane for the Monkey King. I wonder though if the rotation is going to come in from the Hoodwink to be able to take Mamangdaya down. But right now it is WGD with those ignites and with the wax will be able to get the kill on Play Hard, finding the return. And it's the fact that that Hoodwink doesn't have a lot of HP, doesn't even have any escape available quite just yet, right? So when he doesn't have that bushwhack, when he doesn't have the acorn shot, it's a bit difficult for him. Oh, this time around though, he does find the bushwhack. The blood grenade also goes out, but Azur has the magic wand as the ready. Youngji this time around will find the right quelling on that tree and will be able to find the kill on Azur, a high value target being taken down. Play hard. Will eat the ignite. WTD. He can actually hold this position. He might actually be able to take the Hoodwink down with Azur coming in, but a nice bushwhack once again being found by Play Hard. Azur can't grab that kill. Youngji will not only find himself the Lotus, but also the killing spree by taking down the Ogre Magi. This is a lane that Emperor are dominating in. And things are tricky. I mean, Play Hard constantly dishing out the bushwhacks. This time around, WGD may be able to find the kill on him though. Has the Fire Blast at the ready, or rather, he actually ended up using it. And the Ignite didn't actually stick to that Hoodwink. So I think both heroes, both Azur and the Hoodwink, will just be able to back away. But Azur is incredibly low right now. Has 7-1 charges, so can survive. Meanwhile, the Hoodwink is probably going to stack a few camps and then come back into the lane. Has a Mango to play with. Youngji has the Swashbuckle if he chooses to. He doesn't have the mana but can just use the wand to get enough mana back. Play Hard, if he lands this bushwhack, this is going to be a dead Azur. But they see the Hoodwink, so he shouldn't be able to land the bushwhack. Because of all of this action going on, I haven't been able to tune into that bottom lane where the Medusa is 24 lost hits at the top of that CS chart. The Beastmaster is also doing pretty well because there's really no way to stop that Beastmaster's farm. The Warlock is there for the heal, but Medusa doesn't rely on this heal. So this Shadow Ward doesn't do anything for Mango. However, Mango, right, found the Snapfire who goes in for the cookie. And turns it around with the Shredder, but will end up paying for this. Jaren goes down, but Mango Rose is incredibly low right now. The Hawk will end up getting cleaned up. Rusman trying to go for the kill, but with Mango having the mangoes, he will be able to replenish his mana shield, and Rusman will have to escape. But it's towards that top side that Youngji just continues to be a menace. Will be able to find WTD. Overall, so many kills for Emperor this early on, a 2000 net worth advantage, and Carstensz, the big win condition, is being able to overwhelm Emperor in that mid game, and they are not on the road to achieving that win condition. This is going to hurt them significantly if they're not able to turn things around. Losing out heroes towards that top side, losing out heroes towards that bot lane, and this is simply not going to be worth it. Oh, this time around though, Azur comes in with the Nature's Prophet, and Mango will end up going down. Carstensz able to find a high value target, able to find a return, and Azur will just make his way back to the Twin Gate, and towards that top lane.
Double damage.
Kui, forced out of this lane, has done a great job at actually taking lost hits against Mamangdaya. That is very surprising considering the fact that Mamangdaya, I mean, has everything at the ready to be able to disable that Sand King, but I suppose the Sand King can also just rely on the stacks being built up to recover as well. So this isn't a lane that has worked out for Carstensz the way that they had hoped, or at least the way that I expected.
Scanning.
WGD now will be a bit of a question of whether or not he maxes out his Bloodlust. after the ignite, of course, because you'll have that Dominator creep coming about. You'll have Helm of the Overlord. It's not going to be as quick, but should be decently timed. Over on the net worth chart, it is the fact that it's Emperor who are leading the net worth chart. All three of their heroes, even the Monkey King, isn't actually ahead of the Sand King, and this is incredibly surprising. This is not good for Carstensz. I know that it's very early into the game, but it's also the fact that, you know, how close are you to hitting your win condition or achieving your win condition? That is what determines the pace of a game. Because the more behind that Carstensz are on their win condition, the more pressure they will be forced to apply on the other side, right? And that creates openings for mistakes to be made. And then, of course, that creates the openings for you to go in with the epicenter and with the rolling thunder if you're the other side, right? So you're looking for Carstensz to constantly make mistakes because you can punish them very hard. Play Hard will make his way towards the mid lane to soak up some experience, get his level 6 while the Sand King eats those stacks. Great communication, great team play coming about by Emperor.
Radiant are scanning.
Medusa has nearly abandoned the lane. No, it has not abandoned the lane, but maybe forced to do so because the roar gets thrown out. There's a Hellbear Smasher as well. Too much damage on Mango. He's just going to melt here with Azor also coming in. The Young G goes in with that Rolling Thunder, but he's stuck. This is such an awkward position for him to get stuck in between of the stairs, pillars there. And it's just going to be forced to go back. The Rolling Thunder now is going to be on cooldown, and there's no way to defend this tier 1 tower. Carstensz not only come out ahead with a kill on the Gorgon, they also come out ahead with a tier 1 tower to boot. And Young G right now is the one in trouble here. The epicenter goes out, but it's Mamang tired towards that backline. Has the Boundless Strike at the ready, will throw it out. The Nature's Prophet as well as the Beast Monster will be the trade-off. In fact, it's going to be a third kill being found by Kui. It is going to be that Snapfire that falls down. Kui now on a triple kill and tires his Blink Dagger just like that. Carstensz, I thought they would be able to get away with a clean tower, considering the fact that the Rolling Thunder wasn't up, as well as the fact that the Pangolier was caught in that position, but Kui just able to find the backlines there with that epi. Certainly will go a long way for Emperor. But Carstensz, though it's not as if they didn't come out with quite a bit for themselves. It was a Medusa kill, it was also a tier 1 tower. The only thing is it doesn't slow down the other side. You have to still go for more towers if you are Carstensz. Maybe go for that tier 1 tower towards the top side. Hasn't exactly taken much damage. Kui. There's the reveal of that Blink Dagger, and Azor really did not see that one coming. He saw the Rolling Thunder coming, but it was a bit too late to do anything about it. Another big kill being found by Emperor. They were able to shut down the Nature's Prophet. You take a look at his net worth, he is almost behind the Medusa. In fact, they're actually trading. They had the same exact net worth. It will change once Medusa actually grabs up a few creeps. I think Mango Rose will be significantly ahead at the back of this. But Azur should be able to recover. The Nature's Prophet farms up similar to the Medusa, simply because you have that Nature's Wrath. Every time you use the Nature's Wrath, you receive about 300, 400 gold, depending on how many creeps it takes down.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
It is Emperor who come out ahead with a tier 1 tower of their own, taken out by a Pangolier of all heroes. Not exactly something you see every day, but something we got to see today. Rusman will have that Helm of the Overlord built up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Diffusal Blade now on the way for that Monkey King. And perhaps at the back of this, they make some more plays on the Medusa. Maybe make a play on Kui, who's seemingly uncontested on the Sand King. Just constantly taking away stacks. Has an Arcane Rune, and this is going to be a very early Scepter for Emperor. 3,000 of a net worth advantage for them, as Carstensz are simply unable to farm fast enough. But they are going to go for a smoke play. They will come across a Young Ji who has a Diffusal Blade, but... Young Ji is going to end up eating the Diffusal Blade. The Rolling Thunder is not really going to be allowed, as WTD comes in with a follow-up Fire Blast, and this will be a dead Pangolier. Mamangtaya to pick up the kill on what was a great target to find. Disable the Rolling Thunder, allow Rusman to create some space towards the bot lane, but it is also a smoke play. There's an Arcane Rune. If you make this epicenter work, it's going to be huge. Play hard, goes in, they find the Burrow Strike. The Sharpshooter is going to be channeled up, as well as an epicenter being thrown out. Rusman, though, he's super tanky, wants to turn it around on towards Play Hard, but a Burrow Strike coming out from Kui at the back of that Arcane Rune is going to find the kill. Azur, though, he teleported here. Is this the right position to be in? Because you have the Burrow Strike online for Kui. Jarim is coming in from the backline, though, so Kui needs to be in careful. Is not going to be careful. He's just going to end up falling, as the Warlock will be the second target to go down. Carstensz able to find the return and protect Azur. An overextension from the side of Emperor. I think they shouldn't have chased so far in. And I think the problem was that Kui held his Burrow Strike for too long. Instead of using it here, he chose to Burrow Strike. He chose to hold the Burrow Strike and go for it over here. I think he was waiting to see how many people from Carstensz show up, because the tower was still online. And he thought that because no one was there on the low ground, Azur would have been an easy target to go on. But he had another thing coming. Of course, the one good thing for Emperor from that was that Kui used his epicenter at the back of an Arcane Rune. So he should have that epicenter back online up soon.
Radiant are scanning.
Play hard with the Hoodwink. Has found some amazing bushwhacks. I mean, I say that because of the sheer number of bushwhacks he's actually thrown out at this point of the game. So we saw it in the laning phase. Mamangtaya
Is under attack.
on the Monkey King will just make his way out. Rusman has the axes at the ready to clean out those ancient camps, but it's a smoke play from Carstensz. They will actually spot out Lloyd. No, they don't actually see Lloyd. Lloyd doesn't see them. Neither side sees each other. They just walk past him. But I think the big kill is going to be on Mango, who will not see this coming. But Carstensz go the other way. No, that's the right way. Now they have their target set. They have their eyes set on that Medusa. Mango will not see that smoke. They will be careful about this. Mamangtaya now goes to the Primal Spring and activates the Wukong's command. Mango, who goes in for the Stone Gaze. This will never be enough. for Mango to survive.
Bloody bounty.
Open door. Does he mean the door is open and he needs to close it, or does he mean that he needs to open the door? We'll never know unless we ask him. It might just be a food delivery, but no, that he came in very quick. Where is the door? Or maybe he wants someone to hold the door. Hold door. I am really not funny, guys. I'm sorry for that you have to suffer through my very cliched jokes, but at least I can entertain you with some of this casting of Emperor versus Carstensz. As Emperor, I mean, Carstensz have done a great job at making sure the lead doesn't go the other way, but they need objectives. They've been able to find the kills on the Medusa, but haven't been able to get much apart from that. And a few kills here and there. They even found Kui at the back of that overextension. But this will come back to haunt Carstensz if they don't create space around the map. Rusman is just farming up for now on that Beastmaster. I'm afraid to say it, but they won't actually hit their timings. Not well enough anyway. WGD is there with the Fire Blast, but there's a lot of heal on the other side with the Shadow Ward. You have the Arcane Rune as Arcane Boots as well, and you have the Palace on Lloyd. So it's a lot of sustain for Young G, and Young G has about 2000 HP. Now, nearing the 20-minute mark, is Emperor going to exit this position? They're going to give up the Tormentor, but perhaps if you get Rusman down, it is going to be worth it. Just slow down the push. So far, he hasn't been exactly pushing, but yeah, this is a dead Rusman. He has actually found himself inside of the jaws of Emperor. Sharpshooter now being channeled up, thrown out. Rusman hasn't taken any damage from any of this. He has the pipe to soak up all of this. Now the Rolling Thunder does something, but with Carstensz coming in this position, Mango is in trouble. The Medusa's fallen. Where is Kui? Where is your epicenter? 4 heroes fall as Kui was channeling it towards that backside, but just simply too far away from his team. Then that play on that Beastmaster did nothing. He just soaked up everything with that one pipe. And now it's a Tormentor that they'll also be able to get on Carstensz. It's a great Tormentor because every single one of these heroes has a very big power spike at the back of that shard. That Fire Snap Cookie now being upgraded has an entire Mortimer. Does do reduced impact, but it's still an upgraded Fire Snap Cookie. And also heals, so it's sustain going the way of Carstensz. As this lead can quickly snowball if Emperor are not careful. They can't lose team fights that way. That was a horrible team fight to take. It was a good initiation on that Beastmaster, but even that Rolling Thunder was a bit awkward, and you always have to consider the +1, right? Azur is very willing to actually jump in those team fights without the BKB, and once he has that BKB, he may be the one to initiate on you. So what is going to be your contingency then? What is the game plan? As for Carstensz, they have their game plan locked in. A smoke play while the Nature's Prophet farms up because he can just join the team fight whenever he wants. Oh, they see Kui. They see the Sand King. The Boundless Strike to go out Rusman to throw out the Roar, and there will not be an epicenter. Lloyd throws down the Golem, but that's going to be cleared up. Mamang Daya now will just spring himself back. Roshan now underway by the side of Carstensz, and once you have this Aegis, you can start running down some of those tier 2 towers. And sure, you have a lot of defense available on the side of Emperor, but that defense only works if your heroes are alive to provide the defense. Does seem like Kui, outside of the strong plays he came out in that early game, this time around, he's unable to come in for the strong defenses. Ooh, play hard. Kui
Radiant's bottom tower
with the Sand King has the Chrysalis, is going for a Daedalus build. You don't defend this tier 1 tower though, but he will still try to do so. The Glyph is going to activate and he wants to be going in now. Channels the epicenter, goes in on towards Rusman. The pipe, it does come out though, and he just simply turns it around with the roar. Young G was too late for the Rolling Thunder, and now Carstensz on that backline will be able to take Lloyd down. The Mortimers come flying out, trying to spot out Kui, will land on their target as Jerem finds the kill there. The synergy just isn't there for Emperor. It's as simple as that. They could have gone in with the Pangolier for that follow-up stun so that the Beastmaster couldn't get off his pipe. But he's so tanky on this Beastmaster that Carstensz are simply unable to do anything.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Mango. 1-to-1 against Azor. I don't think Azor can burn through the mana shield quite just yet. I don't think there's ever going to be a point where you burn through the mana shield on your own, because Mango, he is farmed up on the Medusa, right? So for everything that's going wrong for Emperor, there is one big key thing that is going right, and that is the fact that your one contingency, or rather your actual game plan, your 4 protect 1 strategy is working. It's not working all too well. It's like your engine's throwing a bit of white smoke outside of the car. But it is, your car is still running, right? Medusa will have the Eye of Skadi up as well. So this will be a strong defense put up by Mango on that high ground when it does happen. Right now, it's Carstensz with 2 entire minutes on that Aegis, and they will be able to take out all of these outer tier 2 towers. They will be high ground by that 30 to 35 minute mark. Maybe around the 33 minute mark, which is when they'll have the next Aegis, if Emperor don't contest it, of course.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Azor now has the BKB, is going for an MKB to cut through the evasion of the Medusa.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they got spotted out. They wanted to go in, but in fact, they're able to turn it around. But Mamang Daya has the BKB at the ready and will be able to turn it around on towards Kui. He does end up falling. WTD at the backline, though, is going to get cleared up by that one shield crash from that Rolling Thunder. But it's the Warlock Lloyd wants to channel that slow. But Mango's coming in with the Medusa, able to clean up Azor. Even Mamang Daya fell, and Rusman is going to end up being the casualty. Azor can't make his way out in the team fight, so he's going to choose to stick in. Cancels the teleport. Because you had that stone gaze, he wouldn't have been able to find the way out. But now on this high ground, will be able to make his escape. Perfectly done by Azor. But it was a disastrous team fight for Carstensz, in the sense that Mango was the participant of all of the kills that they received. He got a lot of net worth being infused into that Medusa, a lot of experience going his way as well. Sure, it was the Warlock who grabbed up the big, I think Warlock grabbed up the big streak there. Yeah, it was Mamang Daya's streak that he got, so he got the majority of that gold. And let's see what he decides to spend it on. Has the Grimoire available, so he can choose to pop it for about 2,500 experience if he has 10 charges. I can't calculate how many for 9. I'm sorry. I think it's 18. I can't do the maths there, guys. I can't even. My mind just refuses to compute. Not refuses, it tries its very best, but just unable to come up with the right numbers.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is why I choose to pursue a medical career, because my brain can't do maths.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mango with the butterfly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pipe of insight built up by Rusman. Carstensz with the smoke play will be making their way towards the high ground.
Top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
The scan comes out from the Dire side. And they did catch someone out, and this is a big kill to be found. The rest of Emperor are not there. Rusman, he can get the roar off on the Medusa, does do so. Youngji forced to go for that Rolling Thunder, but they are outnumbered on this position. Mango will end up falling, and so does the Pangolier. But no, he finds the teleport away from the outpost. He completely abandoned his carry there because he realized it was a futile effort. So while the attention of Carstensz were on his carry, he decided to make his exit. Mamang Daya, play hard. Can he get this kill with Kui? He can. Mamang Daya is gonna end up eating that epicenter. Azur does come in for that return. He is on a godlike streak. Nothing that can stop this Nature's Prophet right now. Has an MKB at the ready. But Mamang Daya, I mean, it's a heavy commitment from Kui to be able to get that kill, but now he needs to be careful. Will find the blink out. Or rather, he found the wraparound. He wants to be cutting the wave so that Carstensz can't go for their high ground. But they're not interested in that high ground. Not right now anyway. They want the tier 2 tower, and then they will want Roshan before they make their way towards the high ground.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And now how do
Structures are fortified.
Emperor defend this?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's how. It's by Youngji creating space towards that bot lane. Oh, the roar. Rusman was not able to find it, not even with the Hurricane Pike being used on him by the Nature's Prophet. And Youngji was able to distract Carstensz from their big objective. Nicely done by the Pangolier. Unfortunately, Kui is in danger. He does have a haste rule, so he'll be able to
Dire's
find his
middle
escape.
tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed.
Carstensz. on a 2000 net worth advantage. It's barely anything, mind you. It's the majority of their net worth is concentrated around the Nature's Prophet. You take him out of the pool, and you can win the game. But you will have to go in with your epicenter and your rolling thunder, drop down the golem, drop down the sharpshooter, use everything to blow up this Nature's Prophet. If you are able to find the right initiation, you can actually take this game, because it's that 32-minute mark. The next Aegis will be up for grabs for both of these teams. I think we are going to have a Roshan contest, because you have a great Roshan fight for the side of Emperor and for the side of Carstensz. It can go either way. Tormentor is going to be cleaned up, though. It is going to go the way of the Ogre Magi. So he can this Ogre Magi shard is incredibly good. Just 85% damage absorption on the 3 attacks, and you also dish out a bunch of damage to the other side, good enough to cancel out the blink. Oh, Azor, he teleported in the midst of this entire team and will not be able to find the Hoodwink, but the Rolling Thunder, he was at least able to force it out. But Mamang Daya, where is he? Azor needs you. The Stone Gate is gonna go out, and this was a mistake by Azor. They also lost Rusman and their Ogre Magi. I don't know why Azor chose to stick around in that position once the teleport was coming out by the Medusa. And Mamang Daya, that would have been a perfect location for his Wukong's command, but he was simply not there. And now the lead is in favor of Emperor. Their Medusa, who has been doing so well this entire game, it's fully online. Has been online for quite some time now, but Emperor have been looking for their way in. And Via will approach the late game, and in the late game, it is going to be Emperor who are ahead. There's a Daedalus on Queen. Oh my lord, that is a lot of damage coming in from the Sand King.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Now Medusa
Dire's bottom tower is
on
under attack.
the tier 3.
Dire are scanning.
Rusman. He melted in the last team fight, but technically if you can get off your auras, you should be in a good position. Play Hard is going to end up throwing at the bushwhack, but needs to exit this position. I wonder why he chose to stick around. He will give up his life for it. Oh, and Mamang Daya spotted out Lloyd. It's going to be the 2 supports from Emperor who are going to fall in this position. It's not going to be a huge loss, but they will be down for about 50 seconds. And right now, Young G, I wonder if he actually wanted to go in. It's Kui who's creating space towards that top lane, but he got stunned up. He doesn't have a BKB. Mamang Daya will be able to find the skill. There is no Borrow Strike available, and what a huge mistake coming out from Emperor. They have given up Roshan, potentially, as it has respawned and is making its way towards that top pit. And without your Sand King, you simply can't defend this position. In fact, Emperor don't even have 3 of their heroes. Mango found the kill on a solo Snapfire because he does have the Blink Dagger, so when he jumps in, has the Eye of Scotty for the slow, but it's going to be a free Aegis, a free banner to go the way of Carstensz, where Emperor could have contested the Roshan. They can't anymore, but that was a massive blunder that has given Carstensz so much breathing room. Mango is visible, or rather was visible under the ward there for quite some time. But it's a fight towards the top side. It is Young G got out. He does have the Rolling Thunder available for that escape, but unfortunately, he's going to end up hitting the cliff and rebounding. Play Hard is going to go for the tip. That was, I suppose, a bit funny. deceive Pangolier walk back into his own death. Oh no, Mango. There is no Pangolier. There's no one to protect Mango right now, and he will fall. Playhard tried to come in for the save, but Carstensz, they are consolidating so well, and we have synergy issues once again coming in from the side of the Radiant, from the side of Emperor. They're just simply not playing together. Kui has not been present for any of these team fights in the past. It feels like in the past 7 minutes. And with an Aegis up, with this big of a lead going the way of Carstensz in terms of just the amount of kills they're able to make, just the amount of map control they're able to possess, and now want to force out the Medusa buyback. 60 seconds without that Gorgon. She doesn't even have the buyback. In fact, none of the heroes in the game have the buyback apart from Mamang Daya.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It might just be all over because Carstensz are going to come out with 2 full lane of barracks here. They don't know that the Medusa doesn't have the buyback, and maybe Emperor can come out with that strong ultimate start with the epicenter, with the Rolling Thunder. The Rolling Thunder is gonna go out, stunning up Rusman. The sharpshooter is being channeled as well, but Rusman was able to activate the BKB, and the epicenter is not going to do anything. He's just gonna get nullified and brought down. No buyback available for that Sand King. Even the Pangolier will fall, and Carstensz will potentially be able to make their way on that throne if they want to. This Medusa will be back online, and I think that Carstensz are going to respect the Gorgon and just go for the full Mega Creeps instead. But without the 2 cores available on Emperor. Oh, Azor, he was going in for the teleport, has the Hurricane Pike, so he's actually doing fine for now, but he's slowed down by the Eye of Scotty, the Cookie, to buy him some space, the Bushwhack, not the land. And now they go all in and nullify down. Mango, can he fight back against this one? The Mortimers are coming down, raining down Hellfire on that Gorgon, and Mango can't stand his ground. Is going to end up falling. The buyback to come out as they know they can end this game here and now. Azor's Aegis is going to pop, but it won't matter as Carstensz, with all 5 of their heroes back online, it is just one simple throne that stands in their way and victory in this first game in the series.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Mega Creeps have been acquired as well. And Lloyd calls it. He recognizes the state of the game for what it is. No buyback available on your cores means no potential recovery in this game. Carstensz looked really shaky at that 30-minute mark when the Medusa was fully online, when they weren't able to get the team fights they wanted, and it really seemed like Emperor were playing in cohesion. But of course, unfortunately, it just did not seem to be enough because Carstensz, they synergize incredibly well in that late game. Just able to find pickoffs, able to find Emperor one by one across the map, across everywhere. Just simply was too overwhelming. But of course, that was just game number 1, guys. We have an entire series ahead of us, potentially in 2 more games, and guaranteed 1 more game if Carstensz find the clean sweep. But with the way Emperor played, I feel like if they are able to solve their synergy issues, maybe they can actually beat Carstensz at their own game. Maybe they can take it to a game number 3. We will be right back for that second game, though, after a short break. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned. and an Undying. But let's see what Emperor have in store. They go for a Sand King again. I think it's going to be Kui, and you'll also have one of those Mango Rose specialties, a Terrorblade, coming out. So they are again going to play for the late game. I really do hope they can get the synergy issues under control, because Terrorblade is a hero that does do pretty well against the Beastmaster, simply because you have the reflection, reflection, you have the mirror, or not the mirror images, but the illusions coming about from the Terrorblade, to have some kind of a buffer to make sure your towers don't get pushed in too easily. But Emperor, they will once again go for the Warlock. These were the two supports they had last time around. They had the Sand King as well. Both sides really going all in for kind of the same lineup, with one hero that's different on each side. Let's see though, Carstensz, will they go for the Monkey King again against Kui? It didn't do as much in the laning phase as I expected, but still did do somewhat well. Carstensz Esports with their 4th pick of the game. Let's see. I wonder what carry they'll go for to contest against this this Terrorblade that they see on the other side. Let's see. Still taking their sweet time with this. I mean, they have plenty of options. They can just go for the Ursa as well if they want, but no, they will go for the Underlord. I wonder though if this is going to be one of those Underlord carries that we have seen a few times. I've seen it on the played by European teams more often than some of the other regions out there, so I just think this Underlord may just be an off lane. But you do have a Beastmaster. This could be a Mamang Daya. This could be a Beastmaster on the mid lane being played by Mamang Daya, but let's see, Emperor, what they go for and how Carstensz are going to be playing these lanes. It's so many melee heroes on the side of Carstensz. That's a bit worrisome. And considering you're playing against a Sand King, right? That's the big issue. You could just go for the Queen of Pain on Emperor. Oh, well, actually, the Queen of Pain's been banned out by Carstensz, but let's see. I mean, the Darkseer is available in the pool if you want to go for that. Does the Darkseer vacuum into the epicenter? You also have the Bushwhack and the Warlock Golem drop. Oh man, if they are able to come out with the Darkseer pick against Carstensz and group everyone up to drop down all of your spells on, Carstensz are going to implode, or rather explode.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team banned.
Faceless Void being picked up from their side, or rather banned out from their side. I don't think Carstensz should be going for a melee carry. I think you go for a Terrorblade, or rather a TB, a TA, sorry, a Templar Assassin, if you really want to, but you need a ranged carry right now. Nature's Prophet is not available in the pool. You have the option of going for the Medusa yourself, so you can go for a Medusa versus a TB, but the way that Carstensz have been playing this, the way that I've seen them play this, is that Azor likes to go for one of those carries that can also function very well in the mid game. So maybe a Templar Assassin would help them out. You also have the silence coming in from the Templar Assassin to make sure the Terrorblade can't use the Sunder on you. Let's see. May just end up being an Underlord carry. I mean, Underlord carry versus a TB, I could see that working out for the Underlord. At the same time, you need something to stop the Sunder from coming out, right? So maybe you pick up something like the Chaos Knight to have that natural Orchid as well. All of these heroes, they're making a resurgence back into the meta. I mean, that's the one thing. That's the one takeaway from TI. It's that there are a lot more viable carries out there rather than just the few that we have seen time and time again. Carstensz
Dire team
pick up the Alchemist on their side. These are 4 melee heroes on the side of Carstensz. This is a bit tricky to play. Emperor should just come out with the Darkseer. Does incredibly well against Carstensz. It's also a natural aura builder. You can have that pipe against the magical damage. You could even come in with the Crimson Guard as well as the Greaves. And the Carstensz lineup will not be able to face up against the Darkseer. I don't know if Emperor will see that one hero, but it is such a good pick right now. Let's see though. Maybe they look for a mid laner. Less than 1 second. They will go for a Slaughter. So no Darkseer available. They want to go in for the armor reduction debuff. And again, it's not a bad pick in this scenario, right? Because you have the Fatal Bonds. And the Slaughter armor reduction debuff is going to mean as Fatal Bonds do more damage as well, naturally, as a consequence. And then you have some pick-off potential. We have seen Young G play with Play Hard. So it does mean that there may be some additional potential there. And you could take down Azor on that Alchemist. You know, he's a melee hero, and we saw Azor go down quite a few times in that laning phase at the back of the Bushwhacks coming in from Play Hard. This time around, on a melee hero, he may have even less of a potential to survive. At the same time, you do have very decent supports on your side. I wonder what Carstensz's plan is. It is going to be an Undying on their safe lane, so you do have a bit of a buffer coming in with that Undying. To protect that Alchemist, right? You have the decay stacks constantly being dished out against a strength-based hero. The Slaughter is going to suffer from the decay stack, so it's not exactly going to be a very easy initiation found by them.
Prepare for battle.
Let's see though.
Забавы нет. Ни ха-ха, ни хо-хо.
Mamang Daya goes in for a 4-man smoke.
30 seconds to battle.
Or rather, a 5-man smoke. It's actually a 5-man smoke coming in from the Emperor. I don't know what they mean by this, but still, should be just 2 and 2 bounty runes each. Young G needs to be careful because if he chooses to go in, he may end up falling. Rusman has the Firestorm, so no pit to stop that Slaughter. And it will be 2 and 2 bounty runes. Terrorblade and the Warlock on the safe lane for the side of Emperor. And let's see how much the Terrorblade will be able to farm up. Underlord is a pretty strong hero against a Terrorblade because the illusions also take up so much damage. They don't actually survive. And then you also have the Fire Snap Cookie. It stuns and disables on this side alongside a lot of magical damage. And the good thing for Emperor is that they do have a Warlock. So that Shadow Ward should provide a lot of healing to Mango. So he should be doing he should be doing fine.
Radiant's courier.
Courier being taken out by Lloyd, and Jerem is here as well, but not exactly, nothing too significant going to happen in the early phases of this laning phase, right? Until you have some levels up, I don't think either of these sides are going to be making an execution. I don't think Emperor can actually do anything in this safe lane apart from farm, because you don't have a stun. You only have the heal coming in from Lloyd. Even the fatal bonds in this scenario aren't exactly going to do much. Mango will have the metamorphosis, which I think he should be just using the farm up. Even space creation, right? That goes the way of Carstensz, because they can just drop down the pit. They have the fire snap cookie to make sure they can find the separation away from the metamorphosis. So they should be having a good time on this top side. Meanwhile, bot lane. We will have a bit of a pause. Every time there's a pause, I feel like my brain takes a pause as well. There's a bit of lag happening for these two sides, I suppose. I wonder what ping these teams have in the Southeast Asian servers. I get it around 80 to 90, which is not ideal, but it's a lot better than when I started playing. When I started playing, I had around 400 ping, but that's how intriguing this game is. Even with 400 ping, I would still choose to queue up games, even when I would be constantly hit by low priority. At that time, of course, we've come a long way since then. I'm talking about 10 years ago. So then, I'd be in low priority. I'd have 400 ping, massive disconnections left, right, and center. But still, because I love the game, I would just continue to try and play it. And, you know, it worked out because I get to entertain you guys here today. And I wouldn't be able to if I didn't continue. But let's see. I mean, Emperor certainly do have their work cut out for them. At the same time, though, it's similar in the last game in the sense that even in that last game, they had that Rolling Thunder, Bushwhack, and that Epicenter. So all they really had to do was line their ultimates up and follow up with that Stone Gaze. They weren't able to. Carstensz just played it so much better. And Emperor, this time around, they may also have that similar synergistic mechanism. I mean, you have the Epicenter, the Bushwhack, and the Golem, and then obviously the armor reduction debuff coming in from that Slaughter and the Terrorblade damage coming in, the long range hits coming out, means that Carstensz may be in danger. I would have certainly loved to see a Darkseer over here for that Wombo combo. Does seem like it would have been an incredible pick, but we do have the Slaughter. The big question is going to be whether or not Emperor are able to actually dish out the required sequence of spells, right? Just the Epicenter, there's the Bushwhack and the Epicenter. You can start off with either one, but then you need the Golem to be dropping before the auras come out from the other side, before the other side is able to counter-initiate. You know, the Fiend's Gate will come out. It's similar in that last game when you had Azor on that Nature's Prophet. This time around, you will have the Underlord Rusman, who can come it with the Fiend's Gate rather. So you will be faced up against the +1. Mamang Daya. Top lane, the creep momentum is going very heavily in favor of Carstensz. Warlock should really do a better job at pulling so that he can bring the creep waves back. Meanwhile, while he's pulling, Mango is playing super aggressive. Needs to get back a little bit. Will do so. That means there's not going to be an initiation there. Meanwhile, you will have the Beastmaster on the mid lane expectedly against Kui on the Sand King, and should ideally, even though the mid lane Beastmasters love to go for the Aghanim Scepter, the Helm of the Dominator, maybe you pick that one up before you go for the Scepter. I don't think you go for the full Helm of the Overlord quite just yet. I think the Scepter would be much better because you are playing in the mid lane. You will need to create some space for your team. No one else can do that. Meanwhile, bot lane. Once again, Youngji able to stack up the hits. The Acorn Shot comes out, and there comes a stun. Another stun coming in from Youngji, and a perfect bush rack being found. This might end up being first blood. The Tombstone does end up going out, though. Youngji is trying to chase against Azor, but won't be able to do so. WTD may end up finding the kill, but Youngji wants to go in for the Alchemist too. It's a game of Ring of Roses, as the Alchemist is... But the Bushwhack comes in, and that's going to be first blood. Youngji grabs that one up for himself. And it's going to be WTD to find the trade at the back of that one decay. But it's a big win to go the way of Emperor, finding the kill on the Alchemist. This was the difficulty that Carstensz should have been expecting, at least in my opinion. That Youngji with the Slaughter, the Bushwhack, that they saw what Play Hard likes to do. Just constantly create setups. Oh, do they want to go on Youngji? I don't think they can get the kill, but perhaps they can clear up these creeps here. Azor will find it, go back to this jungle, and farm up those creeps. Meanwhile, Metamorphosis still not having been used. In fact, it's not even been skilled up by Mango Rose quite just yet. Mamang Daya on the Beastmaster. Kui, oh man, the Wild Axes just do so much against the Sand King. The Hawk doesn't see the Sand King, so won't be able to do anything. So Mamang Daya's Hawk will just end up going down for about 35 seconds. So it's something going the way of Kui, as he'll be able to find a D ward as well to keep his Sandstorm constantly online. Let's see. Azor, Play Hard trying to catch him out, has the Acorn Shot, and that will land. Azor will end up going down. It's the second kill on Azor. And because WTD has to stick in that lane, it's going to mean that Kui will be able to grab himself up with the Arcane Rune. There was only one support over on that top side, but unfortunately luck did not favor Carstensz, neither on the bot lane or on the Power Rune. Rusman, he's going for the Helm of the Overlord on the, or right now he's going for the Helm of the Dominator. Oh, Mango, he's over here on the bot lane. They may be able to take Azor down for a third time. This could end up working out horribly, but Azor was able to find the chemical concoction, and it's only going to be the Undying who falls down. But I think his Caesar's Dirge should activate, and he will be back into the game and could just teleport towards his bot lane. But he doesn't have his Tombstone, so he can't defend against the incoming push. Meanwhile, there are so many heroes concentrated from the side of Emperor towards that bot lane that the Underlord will be able to pressure this tier 1 tower towards the top side. It is a Shrine of Wisdom play potentially, as Kui wanted to be going in, but with the teleports coming in, it is going to be a bit dangerous. Oh, the roar is going to get thrown out. Jaren has that long range blast coming in, and Kui will end up falling. 4 seconds on his Burrow Strike is not going to be enough. Mamang Daya will just throw the axes and finds the kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mango Rose. Right now, he is the one in trouble. Rusman has a bit of malice to play with. Mango does have the Sunder, will be able to throw it out, but maybe they still get the kill anyway. Mango stuck inside of that pit. Now the epicenter going to come out from Kui. It's not going to be enough to save the Terrorblade, and the Undying is just going to teleport away. WGD is going to be the one trade, but that is not worth it if you are on the side of Emperor, because you just lost your carry. CSS Dirge not going to be available for the Undying, but it's still worth it. He's going to be back up in about 20 seconds as Mamang Daya goes on in. There's Fire Snap cooking on the creep, landing on towards Play Hard. They haven't been able to find him as he scurries himself on out of there. We'll find 2 nice bounty runes, which he's leaving for Kui to pick up, replenish his bottle and his mana.
Dire's middle tower is under
Ideally gives a bottle charge to Play Hard as well. Should have given more bottle charges, but I mean, that's okay. Mango Rose able to take down a tier 1 tower towards the bot lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Has aggressive observer wards also planted here, so this is a systematic approach to make sure that Mango Rose can continue to play on the opposing side of the map. He has a Sunder as well, so there's nothing to be found on the lane with the Underlord, but perhaps he can just stick around towards his bot lane and find the farm. Right now though, there is no trade of towers, because even the top side tower is pretty healthy. The Beastmaster isn't going for the Helm of the Dominator because you have the Underlord going for it. So Mamang Daya will just go pick up the Scepter. Meanwhile, has the Wild Axes to just continue farming up.
Dire's top tower.
Azure needs to be careful. This is going to be a very late Radiance for this Alchemist. He has not been having a great time. But the Alchemist's ability to recover is quite significant, so it's very difficult to keep an Alchemist down, especially since the other heroes are having such a great time. And sure, you're able to disable the Alchemist so far, but you need to actually stop the Beastmaster, who's been cleaning up the stack so far. 5,000 in terms of net worth on both the Underlord and the Beastmaster. Sure, Alchemist. Oh,
Radiant's
Azur's dead. They find the Bushwhack. Metamorphosis activated too. This Sharpshooter comes out for good measure. Youngji.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, Kui, that's a big kill to be found. Rusman, he's at the top of that network chart. Epicenter to go out, and the wand is not going to be enough. They pick up about 600 gold going their way. Certainly the kind of kills you need to be finding if you are Emperor to keep yourself locked in for this game. So far, no synergy issues that we did see in that previous game. This time around, they are looking consolidated to get well together, glued together for a lot of these fights. Or pick-offs. Despite their team fight not being a pick-off, or I mean, the Sword Art does help them be a pick-off oriented lineup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Youngji wants to be going in. I think it's his Blink Dagger that's coming in the courier. And sure enough, it is the tempo. Emperor will be able to massively increase the tempo at the back of this Blink. Mamang Daya with the Aghanim Scepter.
Well played.
Hoodwink. Young G with the blink. So far, it hasn't made the plays, but he has plenty of time to do so. Maybe even they go on Rusman. There are only just 2 heroes here, so I don't think they can get the kill. But so far, both teams playing a bit passive. The Alchemist has been recovering. It's not been the easiest because they don't have too much map control in their favor. But Rusman will continue farming up to create those auras that his team very desperately needs against the incoming magical damage from the other side. They want a way to counter out that epicenter with the pipe. It doesn't exactly counter it because the epicenter still does more damage, but it soaks up a lot of the damage coming in. And not to mention, you also have the golem. Mamangdayo now aiming to pick up a Blink Dagger for himself so that they have some way to initiate. You have 2 Blink Daggers on the other side on Emperor. The Sand King as well as the Slardar.
Radiant are scanning.
Meanwhile, Mango Rose continuing to farm, almost has a Manta style. At the same time though, you will have a Zor with a Radiance built up, so this could go either way. I mean, you'll have a natural Bloodthorn builder. Top side, Underlord taking in quite a bit of damage. Wants to turn. Does he want to turn it around? No, he is just going to end up falling. The Mamangdayo does come in to find the trade. An easy trade to be found, but maybe Rusman could have actually found his escape there. Perhaps he thought he could have dished out a few more hits before going down. But this will create some space for Emperor to go on over towards the mid side. There is no Roar available. Fiend's Gate is down because the Underlord is down. So this will be an easy tower being found by them. And they see the Beastmaster towards the top side. Unfortunately, they won't be able to get that kill. But if Mamangdayo stays in this position, they might be able to get a kill through that. Kui wants to be going in. They are signaling the Beastmaster out. And the Beastmaster is potentially going to end up falling. Epicenter going out. And this Beastmaster can't find the return. Easy pickings for the side of Emperor this time around. It was Carstensz who were doing that to Emperor in that last game. But right now it is 4-8. Still anyone's game. But it will start favoring Emperor once you have that Terror Blade. If you hit the point where the Terror Blade has an Eye of Skadi and the Alchemist isn't farmed up, you're going to lose. Most likely going to lose. I can't say with certainty what's going to happen because I don't know. A lot can go wrong in a Dota game. Undying WTD is not going to throw his Tombstone out. They are actually being chased down right under their tier 2 tower. Young G, they see the Underlord once again. Carstensz are playing on this top side, but they don't have a game plan for what they want to be doing. They are the ones who are lacking synergy. Rusman does have the pipe though. It will negate a bit of damage. The Fire Snap Cookie comes down. Mamangdayo wants to turn this around. Too much damage instantly coming out from Carstensz. They will be able to find the return there. The Underlord simply survived for far too long. As it will be 3 kills being found by Carstensz. And Kui wasn't there. He didn't have the epicenter available. It was on cooldown at the time, but I really thought they would have had the damage. I mean, Slardar is scaling off pretty hard right now. Just has a Blink Dagger. And Slardar is one of those heroes that has a massive problem with scaling. Azor, though, he will scale pretty quickly once now that he has the Radiance. Will have a Blink Dagger up as well. Oh, this could be a disaster for Carstensz. If they don't see this one coming, there is no pipe available for about 5 seconds. And the Slardar is going to jump in with the epicenter. No pipe available. And the Bushwhack. That's going to be 2 kills found by Play Hard. The Tombstone is going to get caught out as well. But no, they find themselves a juicier target. It's an Undying himself. 3 heroes to fall. Azor channeling his concoction. Is just gonna go for the blink out. It's gonna be Jerem who gets run down. Azor cleaning up the Shrine of Wisdom will be able to find it, but a huge loss from Carstensz. Their pipe was on cooldown. Can't go for those kinds of plays, not against a team like Emperor who have the epicenter. Azor wants to be going in on towards a Slardar. I don't think he gets the skill. Mamangdayo. Now they want to fight. Roar on towards the Warlock. Azor concoction on towards that Herdwink, and Play Hard will fall too. Two heroes in quick succession found by Carstensz as they fight back. But they are not contesting the cores right now. The biggest of which is a Mango on that Terrorblade. Slowly making his way towards that Eye of Scotty, or actually pretty quickly making his way towards the Eye of Scotty. He will be able to have it by that 22 to 23 minute mark.